Buenos días a todas las delegaciones.
Good morning to all, and I hope you all had a great evening yesterday and the various events going on. The reception from Chile and Panama as well. I'd like to let you know that the working group on the strategic plan completed its work yesterday with the approval of the report, and it will be up on IMO docs shortly. As to our agenda today, we have to complete our consideration of 20B, and then we'll 20. Then we'll go on to item 24 after that, and 13. There's a slight change to our agenda. After 13, we'll take item 12, that's the MEPC, and we'll then go on with the agenda as you have it. Can I please ask you to be as concise as possible when speaking, given the restrictions we have? We're very short of time. And without further ado, I would suggest that we get back to where we left off, 20B. Yesterday, you'll recall, Council decided to convert the ICC's provisional consultative status to full consultative status, and now we need to deal with the remaining recommendations from the working group, which are set out in C134WP2. So I propose that Council approves the recommendations with regard to the new request for consultative status and the regular review of the periodic review of NGOs in consultative status. So I take it that the Council approves the report in general, and with regard to the specific actions requested of the Council in paragraph 43 of the report, decides 1. Not to grant consultative status to CCAECI, ICOCA, ISA, arayara.org. 2. To grant consultative status to IBLA, ISWAN, NEMO, and FISH platform, and regarding the classification of these organizations by interest or activity, to place them under professional and representative bodies, training, education, welfare, shipbuilding, and training, education, welfare, respectively. 3. To grant consultative status to SEA, PIANC, and the Ocean Cleanup on a provisional basis for no more than 2 years, after which a review should be conducted. And regarding the classification of these organizations by interest, activity, classification by interest and activity, to place them under cargo and ports, navigation and environment, respectively. 4. To withdraw ISCO's consultative status. 5. To send a letter to IICL with a reminder of its obligations under the rules and guidelines for consultative status of non-governmental international organizations with IMO, and informing it that it should make every effort to participate in relevant IMO meetings for the benefit of the organization, and that should there be no improvement in its performance during the next review period, its status might be withdrawn. 6. To convert Zesta's, FIATA's and ICC provisional consultative status to full consultative status. 7, to retain the consultative status of the remaining organizations. 8, not to pursue the charging of fees to non-governmental organizations at IMO. 9, to note the need to review the rules and guidelines at future sessions and to invite member states to submit proposals in this regard. 10, to request the Secretariat to collate the provisions used by other United Nations specialized agencies for organizations with consultative or similar status for the reference of the group. And finally, to submit the decisions pertaining to the new applications for consultative status and the periodic review to the 34th regular session of the Assembly for information and approval. If there's no objection, it is so decided. And finally, I take it that Council wishes to express its appreciation to all members of the Intersessional Working Group for their efforts, and in particular to Ms. Sanders for her work leading the group, and that Council also wishes that the group convenes again next year under the terms of reference approved by the Council at its 130th session. It's so decided. I now invite the Secretary-General to introduce document C134 20B/5. Thank you, Chair, and a very good morning to you all. Document C13420B/5 seeks the authorization of the Council for the Secretary-General to enter into agreements, including partnership agreements, with intergovernmental and non-governmental international organizations which do not have status with IMO pursuant to Article 25 of the IMO Convention for the purposes of implementing certain activities or projects. Council and Assembly will be duly informed of the agreements concluded with IGOs and NGOs pursuant to the authorization, if given. And just to be quite clear, Chair, as specified in paragraph 6 of the document, this is for agreements for technical cooperation activities with donor funds or the provision of relevant study or research projects. Thank you.
Gracias, Secretario General. Se ofrece la...
Thank you, Secretary General. The floor is open for comments.
Emiratos Árabes Unidos, seguido de Brasil.
United Arab Emirates, followed by Brazil.
شكرا سيد الرئيس.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, dear colleagues. First of all, my delegation would like to extend thanks to Chile and Panama for the warm hospitality yesterday and for the receptions. We would also like to thank the Secretary General for this document. This delegation has no objection to this authorization, although we prefer to keep the entry into agreements specifically to the Council. At the same time, we support the measures that would accelerate the implementation of projects related to technical cooperation activities. However, we believe that the requested action should be consistent with the objective of the document. Therefore, our delegation suggests the following: that the Council authorizes the Secretary General to enter into agreements, including partnership agreements with organizations which do not have an observer organization status with IMO for the purposes of implementing activities and projects associated with technical cooperation, without prejudice to what is provided for in the articles of the IMO Convention and the Assembly Resolutions A 1168/32 and A 1144/31. And these agreements should be based on the principles listed in para 6 of the document. This should be referenced in the decision to be made by the Council. Thank you.
Gracias a los Emiratos.
Thank you. UAE, Brazil, followed by China.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks for Chile and Panama about the events last night. And congratulations to Bahamas to the National Day. The Brazilian delegation thanks the Secretary General for document C-134-20B5 for bringing this important matter to our attention. In this regard, while Brazil recognizes the reasons presented, we have some concerns regarding the proposal. We suggest further discussion on how to improve the efficiency of these procedures for concluding agreements with external bodies that don't have observer organization status with the IMO, while preserving the role of this Council established in the Article 25 of the Convention. Thank you, Chair.
Muchas gracias a Brasil.
Thank you, Brazil. The delegation of China, followed by Germany.
谢谢主席。
Thank you, Chair. We would like to express our appreciation to Chile and Panama for the reception hosted yesterday evening. Congratulations on the Bahamian delegation for their National Day celebration. First of all, this delegation fully understands the dilemma pointed out by the document, and we are ready to engage in joint efforts to explore feasible solutions for improving efficiency. Given that it remains unclear whether the proposed approach in the document may have potential implications for Article 25 of the Convention of this organization, as well as possible impacts on our budget and the existing workflows of technical cooperation activities, we would like to request the Secretariat, taking into account the views expressed by Member States during this session, to further assess the relevant issues and provide us with more information to facilitate discussions on possible solutions. We would also suggest considering whether it may be necessary to revise the existing rules and the guidelines and to coordinate closely with the Technical Cooperation Committee. Thank you, Chair.
Muchas gracias a China.
Thank you, China, for your remarks. Germany, followed by Cyprus.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning to all. First, we would like to thank Chile and Panama for their receptions yesterday evening. Germany thanks the Secretary General for raising this important issue. Partnerships between IMO and IGOs, as well as NGOs, are crucial for IMO's technical cooperation work and will play a much more important role in the future regarding effectiveness, efficiency, and restricted budgetary resources. Restricting partnerships between IMO and NGOs with observer status to the IMO could result in ineffective technical cooperation work without really matching the real needs of IMO member states, which should be avoided. There are IGOs and NGOs with special knowledge, specific expertise or experience in particular fields and activities envisaged by IMO and by its donors, and are essential as partners for IMO to implement specific activities which cannot be absorbed by the Secretariat itself. Having said this, and against the background of the RISE capacity development strategy, Germany will fully support the proposal to authorize the Secretary General to conclude partnerships agreements with IGOs and NGOs that do not have a consultative organization status with IMO. Thank you.
Gracias
Thank you, Germany. Cyprus followed by Canada.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning, everyone. We would like to thank Chile and Panama for the lovely receptions, and congratulations to the Bahamas on their National Day. Cyprus thanks the Secretary General for the document, and we support the proposal therein to authorize the conclusion of partnership agreements with intergovernmental and non-governmental organizations that do not currently hold observer status with IMO, in accordance with the principles outlined in paragraph 6 of document C134/20B/5. This pragmatic approach will enable the organization to engage with specialized partners possessing the necessary expertise to deliver technical cooperation activities and research projects under donor-funded initiatives and with full transparency to the Council and the Assembly. Thank you, Chair.
Gracias a Chipre.
Thank you, Cyprus. Canada.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the Secretary General for this proposal. Canada is supportive of authorizing the Secretary General to conclude partnership agreements with intergovernmental and non-governmental organizations with no observer status at the IMO, in line with the principles in paragraph 6. Considering the timelines for implementing technical cooperation activities, the approval process by Council and Assembly, and the requirements of donors to disperse funds within specified or specific financial periods, allowing the Secretary General to conclude partnership agreements, regardless of observer status, will ensure projects continue without delay and will minimize the risk of losing the funding offered by donors. Thank you, Chair.
Gracias a Canadá.
Thank you, Canada. Could you just give me 1 minute, please?
Gracias por su...
Thank you for your patience. I'd like firstly to thank you all for comments. And again, with regard to the statements from Brazil and China, whether they are in agreement with the UAE proposal, so as to cover those concerns raised with regard to Article 25, 106 and 7, and if that is the case, to authorize the Secretary General during a trial period to enter into or to conclude agreements and to keep Council updated on this and any possible future revision. I can see Brazil is nodding, and I take it that China can also agree. So I take it then that we can proceed in that way. It is so decided. Thank you. And that completes our consideration of 20B. No, the United Arab Emirates. You have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Can we ask you to present your summary again? It was not clear to us the action to be taken. We have made a proposal, and we have mentioned listing the points under para 6 in the decision of the Council. So for these points to be referenced in the Council, in the decision of the Council, can you repeat again, please?
Gracias a los Emiratos Árabes.
Thank you to the United Arab Emirates, and I'll repeat my summary proposal. Firstly, we invited the delegations of Brazil and China to indicate to me whether they could agree with your proposal, that is the UAE's proposal, which you read. And we'd, of course, be grateful to have that. If you could send it to us, and then we can include it in the summary decisions. And in that way, and as Brazil and China have agreed, we would address the concerns that you had raised with this article, which was mentioned. And in this way, we would authorize the Secretary General to enter into these kinds of agreements during a trial period, which would allow for a possible review on the basis of the experience which is acquired by the Secretary General in that period. And I hope that that clarifies your question. Thank you.
Como les decía, con esto damos por concluido el apartado B del punto 20 del orden de...
So as I was saying, that completes our consideration of 20B, and we can move on to 20C, and that is International Days established by IMO. We do have a document here with information about the World Maritime Day and the parallel event, and I'd like now to ask the Secretary General to introduce C13420C. Thank you, Chair. In the first part of the document presents my proposal for the next World Maritime Day theme, from policy to practice, powering maritime excellence. The proposed theme is directly aligned with IMO's Strategic Direction 1, focusing on translating policies into concrete actions and results. Recent World Maritime Day themes have highlighted environmental protection and safety. Building on that momentum, a renewed emphasis on the implementation of IMO instruments underpinned by capacity development seems appropriate at this moment, noting that it would also support a number of the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals and thus contribute to broader global efforts. The theme, if endorsed, would transmit a clear message of the organisation's commitment to provide the necessary technical assistance for implementation to its member states, ultimately strengthening the confidence that global rules agreed at IMO can lead to safer, more secure and environmentally sound shipping worldwide. As indicated in paragraph 9 of the document, I would like to propose that from now on, World Maritime Day themes be designated for a 2-year period to provide member states, observer organisations and all stakeholders with more time to plan, promote and align their activities with the theme, potentially increasing its impact. Before I conclude, allow me to remind you that this year's World Maritime Day will be celebrated at IMO headquarters on Thursday, 25th September, observing the theme, Our Ocean, Our Obligation, Our Opportunity, and that the 2025 World Maritime Day parallel event will take place in Dubai, the United Arab Emirates, from the 29th of September to the 1st of October 2025. Circular letter number 5017, inviting interested parties, was issued in May. And I would like once again to encourage member states and organisations to organise their own events to celebrate the World Maritime Day. Thank you, Chair.
Gracias.
Thank you, Secretary General. I now open the floor for comments on the document and the information just provided by the Secretary General.
Emiratos Árabes Unidos, seguido.
UAE to be followed by Chile.
شكرا سيد الرئيس. يود هذا الوفد أن يشكر
Thank you, Chair. Our delegation would like to thank the Secretary General for this document. As you can see in this document, the UAE will host the parallel event on World Maritime Day in 2025. This event will take place in Dubai from the 29th of September to the 1st of October 2025. And as the Secretary General has just said, the invitation letter has already been issued through Circular Letter 5017. We are currently in the final phases of the preparation for this event, as well as setting up the web page, which will include detailed information on the agenda, registration, accommodation, and many other things, and we shall keep you updated once that webpage is activated. We are very much looking forward to welcoming you to the city of Dubai. I also have a comment on the proposed theme, which we fully support, incidentally. That is the theme of From Policy to Practice, Powering Maritime Excellence. We've noticed, however, that the proposed theme in the document covers 2 years rather than a single year, as was established practice in previous years. Hence, my delegation would seek clarification in this regard, taking into account that the theme is used by the member state hosting the World Maritime Parallel event with a different theme every year. Thank you.
Gracias a Emiratos Árabes.
Thank you, UAE, Chile, to be followed by Peru. Thank you, Chair, and good morning to you all. Chile expresses its full support for the proposed theme from the Secretary-General for the biennium 2026-2027, from policy to practice, powering maritime excellence. We believe it reflects in a very skillful way current challenges, especially the need to strengthen effective implementation of IMO instruments. From our standpoint, effective implementation cannot be boiled down to merely transposing formal rules into our national legal order, nor to structural indicators. Its quintessence, as explained in the Secretary-General's document, lies in the ability of each state to transform international commitments into tangible, sustainable and verifiable results, which are in line with the substantive purposes of each IMO instrument. This vision should guide national action and technical cooperation alike, promoting strategies which incorporate planning, evaluation, continuous improvement, and accountability. We thank the United Arab Emirates, the Republic of Korea, and the Philippines for hosting the celebrations of World Maritime Day. And lastly, we support the proposal to establish biennial themes which would allow for more coherent planning with greater impact. Thank you.
Muchas gracias a Chile.
Thank you, Chile, Peru, to be followed by the Philippines. Thank you, Chair. Good morning. The delegation of Peru enthusiastically welcomes the theme proposed by the IMO for 2026-2027, highlighting the appeal to action it constitutes. For a number of periods of time, we've witnessed the IMO being the benchmark in elaborating international instruments, seeking benefit from sustainable international shipping. However, we've also seen that translating these commitments into reality has not been easy for member states. Therefore, we fully support this theme, and we encourage it being the main thrust of the training, technical cooperation and audit activities of the organisation. We also agree with the Secretary-General's proposal for the periodicity of the theme of the World Maritime Day being biennial, since it would allow for more in-depth reflection on the key focus chosen, and the member states of the IMO may also carry out better structured planning with the strengthening thereby of the message. We therefore encourage member states and stakeholders to support this new approach, which will ensure that the theme chosen each biennium may be developed as a guiding tool, boosting the chances of more sound and effective effects over time. Thank you.
Muchas gracias a Perú.
Thank you, Peru. The Philippines, to be followed by the Republic of Korea.
Thank you, Chair. We thank Chile and Panama for the receptions last evening, and we extend our best wishes to Bahamas in the celebration of their National Day. We thank Secretary General for this document. The Philippines wishes to express its general support for the proposed World Maritime Day theme for 2026 to 2027, from policy to practice, powering maritime excellence. We believe this theme is timely and aligns well with the IMO's strategic direction, particularly in emphasizing the critical importance of effective implementation of IMO instruments. The focus on translating global regulations into tangible national actions and fostering capacity development is crucial for ensuring a safe, secure, efficient, and environmentally sustainable shipping industry worldwide. However, the Philippines kindly requests the Council's further consideration or clarification of the proposal to designate the World Maritime Day theme on a biennial rather than an annual basis. While we recognize and appreciate the rationale that a 2-year cycle could allow member states and stakeholders additional time for planning and coordination, We believe that further discussion would be beneficial to fully assess the potential implications and merits of this approach. In particular, we consider it important to thoughtfully balance the benefits of extended planning horizons with the value of maintaining the flexibility and responsiveness that an annual theme may offer in addressing emerging maritime issues. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Philippines. Republic of Korea, please.
Thank you, Chair. First, the Republic of Korea thanks Chile and Panama for wonderful reception yesterday. The Republic of Korea would like to express its appreciation to the Secretary General for proposing the World Maritime Day theme, From Policy to Practice, Powering Maritime Excellency. We fully support the approval of this theme. We believe that it is both timely and closely aligned with the Strategic Direction 1. It serves as a valuable reminder to all maritime stakeholders of the importance of not only developing and adopting international conventions, but also ensuring their effective and consistent implementation. With regard to the proposal to designate the World Maritime Day theme on a biennial basis, the Republic of Korea acknowledges the potential benefits of having an extended time frame for the planning and implementation of activities under a single theme. However, we would like to point out that the current annual cycle offers important advantages in raising awareness across a wide range of maritime issues. It allows member states, the industry, and other stakeholders to engage with the diverse and evolving dimensions of the maritime sector in a timely and responsive manner. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Republic of Korea, for your comments. We now move on to requests from observer states, beginning with Thailand, to be followed by the Islamic Republic of Iran.
Thank you, Chair. At the outset, we would like to extend our gratitude to the delegation of Chile and Panama for the wonderful reception last evening and congratulate the Bahamas on their national days. This delegation supports the endorsement of World Maritime Day theme for 2026 to 2027, as well as the proposal to adopt a World Maritime Day theme every biennium, which proposed by Secretary General provided in this document. This delegation is of the view that, first, the theme, From Policy to Practice, Powering Maritime Excellence, is a broad topic that provides member states, observer organizations, and all stakeholders with the flexibility to confidently organize celebrations in a manner that reflects their unique characteristics and aligns with the implementation of international maritime policies. Second, the proposed biennial theme will allow more time for planning, ensure continuity in showcasing the work of countries and organizations, and enable a deeper and more comprehensive exploration of the event's subject. Thank you, Chair.
Muchas gracias a...
Thank you, Thailand. The delegation of Iran, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning to all. First of all, we thank Japan for hosting coffee break and Chile for reception yesterday, and also happy National Day to Bahamas. The Islamic Republic of Iran expressed its appreciation to the Secretary General for the thoughtful proposal presented in this document concerning the theme of the World Maritime Day for 2026 to 2027 biennium. We fully support the proposed theme From the Policy to Practice, Powering Maritime Excellence, which accurately reflects the critical needs to translate IMO robust regulatory frameworks into tangible results through effective implementation, enforcement, and capacity building. We particularly welcome the alignment of this theme with the organization's strategic direction 1, and as well as its contribution to the key sustainable development goals, especially SDGs 9, 13, 14, and 17. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for your comments, and I would like to invite the Secretary General to address the requests for clarification that have been voiced. Thank you. Thank you, Chair. As regards the comments in particular about the proposal for the theme to be for every 2 years, biennial instead of annual, this is basically due to practical aspects, as a number of delegations said, in terms of the time of the Secretariat for proper planning and promoting the theme, since when we conclude the promotion of the theme for this year, we're under pressure to begin the planning for the subsequent year. And that also affords us an opportunity to focus and better to demonstrate everything the organization is doing if it's on a biannual basis. It doesn't really have an adverse effect from my standpoint on the country hosting a parallel event in the second year, since our themes tend to be sufficiently broad to encompass different areas of the organization's work. And to be quite honest, we are essentially recycling the same items, just changing the names of them, because it's actually quite limited what we can address. It's seafarers, it's safety, security, environment, and technical cooperation, and that's it. And I've also analyzed the situation in other UN agencies who tend to deal with themes over periods of 5 years, and in some cases, decades. So if the Council agrees, we can try this out for a first 2-year period. It would certainly afford the Secretary more time to plan, and we will provide the same support over 2 years for the World Maritime Day, both at the IMO and in the parallel event. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Secretary General, for that information, which I understand provides clarity to Council regarding this proposal for a biennial period for the World Maritime Day theme. Now, in the light of the comments received and the information provided by the Secretary General, I take it that the Council takes note of the information contained in this document, endorses the theme from policy to practice, powering maritime excellence for the next World Maritime Day, as proposed by the Secretary General, and further endorses the Secretary General's proposal to adopt henceforth, and for a trial period, a World Maritime Day theme every biennium, in order to provide member states, observer organizations, and all stakeholders more time to plan, promote, and align their activities with the theme. If there are no objections, it is so decided. And that brings to an end our consideration of sub-item C, and we move on to sub-item D of agenda item 20 on the IMO awards. There are 3 documents under this agenda item. Document C-134/20D and its 2 addenda, Addendum 1 and Addendum 2. And I now invite the Secretary-General to introduce these 3 documents. Thank you, Chair. Document C-134/20D reports on the nominations received for the 2024 International Maritime Prize and the 2025 IMO Honours for Exceptional Bravery at Sea. 1 nomination was received for the International Maritime Prize for 2024, which was submitted by the Government of Australia, nominating Dr. Rosalie Balkin. With regard to the 2025 IMO Honours for Exceptional Bravery at Sea, 60 nominations were received from 24 member states and 1 NGO in consultative status with the IMO. Document C-134/20D/Add 1 reports on the outcome of the panel of judges for the selection of the recipient of the 2024 International Maritime Prize. The Council is invited to endorse the recommendations of the panel of judges, namely to award the 2024 prize to Dr. Rosalie Balkin, and for the Secretary-General, Member States and observer organisations to promote further the International Maritime Prize and encourage submission of suitable nominations for the 2025 prize. Turning now to document Addendum 2. The Council is invited to endorse the panel of judges' recommendations with regard to the 2025 IMO Honours for Exceptional Bravery at Sea, namely to bestow the IMO Award for Exceptional Bravery at Sea on Mr. Lee Tae-yong, an officer on board the fishing vessel 135 Jeom Song-ho, nominated by the International Transport Workers Federation, to award certificates of commendation, letters of commendation and certificates of special recognition for merchant vessels and their crew involved in the rescue of mixed migrants at sea to the recipients listed in paragraphs 9, 10 and 12 of this document, Addendum 2. And then to bring forward the deadline for the submission of nominations by 2 weeks, and accordingly to amend paragraph 10 of the guidelines, and then to request that during the IMO awards ceremony, I make a special mention of the ordeal endured by the captain and crew of the cargo vessel Galaxy Leader, as well as by all seafarers who've been taken hostage as collateral victims of broader geopolitical tensions, as referred to in paragraph 13 of the document. Thank you. Thank you, Secretary-General. The Council is invited to note the information with regard to the International Maritime Prize and to endorse the panel's recommendations with regard to the selection of the recipient of the 2024 International Maritime Prize, namely Dr. Rosalie Balkin, and for the Secretary-General, Member States and observer organisations to promote further the International Maritime Prize and encourage the submission of suitable nominations for the 2025 prize. And so, I declare Dr. Rosalie Balkin the recipient of the International Maritime Prize for 24 as nominated by the Government of Australia in recognition of her outstanding commitment and contribution extending over many years to the work and objectives of the organisation and the international maritime community. I would like to extend our warmest congratulations to Dr. Belkin and also express our appreciation to Australia for nominating such a wonderful candidate.
Con respecto
with regard to the honours for exceptional bravery, I take it that the Council endorses the panel of judges' recommendation, and I therefore declare as recipient of the 2025 IMO Award for Exceptional Bravery at Sea, Mr. Lee Tai-yung, an officer on board the fishing vessel 135 Geum Seong Ho, who was nominated by the International Transport Workers Federation. I further take it that the Council endorses the panel's recommendations in respect of the recipients of certificates and letters of commendation, as well as certificates of special recognition for merchant vessels and their crew involved in the rescue of mixed migrants at sea, as reflected in paragraphs 9, 10 and 12 of document C-134/20D/add2.
Además,
I also take it that the Council endorses the other recommendations of the panel as set out in paragraphs 11 and 13 of the same document. It is so decided. On behalf of Council, I wish to extend congratulations to all the recipients and also express Council's appreciation to all the remaining candidates and to the governments and organisations that nominated candidates for the prize and the award, as well as to the members of the assessment and judging panels for their support and dedication. Our appreciation goes to them too. I now invite the Secretary-General to advise the Council of the arrangements to be made for this year's IMO Awards ceremony and for the prize and bravery honours for next year. Secretary-General, please. Thank you, Chair. First of all, I wish to extend my most heartfelt congratulations to Dr. Rosalie Balkin, Mr. Lee Tai-yung, and all the other recipients of the bravery honours and certificates of special recognition. This year's IMO Award ceremony will take place here at our headquarters on Monday the 24th of November of this year, on the first day of the 34th regular session of the IMO Assembly. And further details will be disseminated in due course. As for the arrangements for the 2025 International Maritime Prize and the 2026 IMO Honours for Exceptional Bravery at Sea. Circular letters will be issued in due course, expressing an invitation for nominations in accordance with established practice. Thank you. Thank you, Secretary-General. I now invite the Council to endorse the arrangements proposed by the Secretary-General in respect of this year's IMO Award ceremony, the 2025 International Maritime Prize, and the 2026 IMO Honours for Exceptional Bravery at Sea. It is so decided. That brings us to the end of item 20. And we move on to item 24 on supplementary agenda items. 3 documents have been submitted under this agenda. Under this agenda item, document C-134/24 by the Secretariat, which reports on the implementation of Resolution A1183/33, C-134/24-1 from the United Arab Emirates on the enhancement of IMO docs and accessibility of old archives, and document C-134/24-2 from the Russian Federation on violation of the terms of provision of GMDSS satellite communication services. And I would invite the Secretary-General to introduce document C-134/24 and highlight any particular achievements since his last report on this matter to the Council.
Gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you, Chair. Resolution A1183/33 was adopted by the Assembly at its 33rd session in 2023. The Assembly decided to conduct as a priority a needs assessment mission in Ukraine with a view to establishing the support needed by Ukraine in the implementation of IMO instruments as Ukraine continued to operate the special maritime corridor. Among the important achievements since my last update to the Council is the new technical cooperation project funded by the donations from France, the United Kingdom, and a pledge from the European Commission. This donor-funded project will provide capacity development through targeted technical assistance and undertake a preliminary costing and scoping exercise for infrastructure and hardware to support effective implementation of relevant IMO instruments. The outcome of the costing and scoping exercise will facilitate Ukraine's discussions with bilateral donors who might be interested in providing funds for such hardware and infrastructure. In addition, various training events have been included in the project to support Ukrainian maritime personnel to gain the necessary skills to enhance the efficiency of all authorities involved in ship and cargo clearance in order to simplify data and documents, to streamline procedures, to improve and align them with the FAL Convention, and establish a maritime single window. It's worth mentioning that a major component of the project is to develop oil spill preparedness and response capacity, underpinned by a functional national oil spill contingency plan through the development of draft national legislation to enact the provisions of the OPRC 1990 and the OPRC HNS Protocol 2000, including the new NOSCP. Further to the feasibility study completed last year through the IMO's ITCP in support of Ukraine's accession to the OPRC 1990, the project will review and support the implementation of the recommendations contained in that study. The project will be implemented by a project coordination unit in the Technical Cooperation and Implementation Division of the Secretariat, with the assistance of implementing partners in Ukraine. Thank you, Chair.
Gracias, Secretario General.
Thank you, Secretary General. Council is now invited to comment in general on document C13424 and the statement just made by the Secretary General.
Delegación de Dinamarca.
The delegation of Denmark.
Yes, thank you very much, and good morning to all. Thank you also to the Secretary General for the update on the implementation of the resolution A1183/33 on the impact of Russia's armed invasion of Ukraine on international shipping. In particular, we note the information on the development of a new project proposal for technical assistance aimed at strengthening Ukraine's capacity to implement IMO instruments and enhance maritime safety and security and protect the marine environment. We find that this is important in order to ensure the continued operation of the special maritime corridor, which is vital for sustaining critical maritime trade. So again, we thank the Secretary General and also the IMO Secretariat and express our full support to the ongoing efforts to assist Ukraine. Thank you.
Gracias a Dinamarca.
Thank you, Denmark. I see no further requests from Council members, and I'll now move to the observer member states, beginning with Ukraine.
Thank you, Chair. And as our delegation takes the floor after a short break in the discussion, I would like to begin by sincerely thanking all delegations who so generally extended their hospitality this week. And I would also like to extend our congratulations to the Bahamas on the occasion of their National Day. Turning to the matter on hand, Ukraine extends its sincere appreciation to the Secretary General for his statement and for the comprehensive report contained in the document C13424, and for the continued efforts of the IMO Secretariat to implement Resolution A1183/33 on the impact of the Russian armed invasion of Ukraine on international shipping. We particularly welcome the successful completion of the remote need assessment mission conducted in May 2024. Despite the complex security environment and the inherent limitations on remote engagement, the mission succeeded in identifying critical areas where Ukraine requires further support to fully implement IMO instruments and to ensure the safe and secure operation of our special maritime corridor. In this regard, the feasibility study conducted to support Ukraine's potential accession to the OPRC 1990 and the OPRC HNS 2000 has proved especially valuable. Ukraine is currently reviewing its recommendations and remains fully committed to strengthening both its national legal framework and operational readiness to prevent and respond effectively to marine pollution incidents. We express our sincere gratitude to the Director and the staff of the Technical Cooperation and Implementation Division for their leadership, professionalism, and personal dedication to the successful design and implementation of technical support to Ukraine, as well as to all IMO consultants for their valuable support and contribution. Ukraine is also thankful to France, the United Kingdom, and the European Commission for their respective contributions and pledges of support, which have laid the foundation for the next phase of technical cooperation. We fully support the proposed capacity building project titled Enhancing Maritime Safety, Security, Environmental Protection and Trade Facilitation as Ukraine continues to operate the Special Maritime Corridor in the Black Sea. The project includes vital components such as the training of maritime personnel, harmonization of clearance procedures in line with the FAL Convention, development of a maritime single window, and the enhancement of oil spill preparedness and response capabilities. We sincerely hope that the project will commence as soon as possible and that by the next session of the Council we will already be in position to present its first tangible outcomes. Chair, taking this opportunity, this delegation would like to encourage Member States and partners to consider supporting the implementation of the proposed project as outlined in document C-134/24. Such engagement will contribute to strengthening Ukraine's capacity to meet its international obligations and to ensure safe, secure and environmentally sound operation of maritime transport. Thank you very much, Chair.
Gracias a Ucrania.
Thank you, Ukraine. Well, I take it that Council takes note of the information set out in C-134/24. And secondly, invites interested Member States to liaise with Ukraine and the IMO Secretariat to consider further donations in support of the implementation of the IMO instruments as Ukraine continues to operate the Special Maritime Corridor. And there are no further comments. It is so decided. And we will now move on to C-134/24/1 on the enhancement of IMO docks and accessibility of old archives. And I'd like to invite the United Arab Emirates to introduce the document.
شكرا سيد الرئيس.
Thank you, Chair. At the beginning, we would like to congratulate Bahamas on their National Day. Mr. Chair, since the establishment of IMO in 1948, all records of IMO have been kept, maintained and organized in various forms. Prior to 1998, the Bulletin Board System, BBS, was developed and used for the electronic distribution of IMO documents. In 1998, BBS was replaced by the IMO Docs system to serve as an electronic platform and repository of all types of documentation officially issued by the IMO, as a web services database acting as an ocean of documents. The IMO document system represents a remarkable progress for speeding up the availability of IMO documents to its users, with accessibility features such as search capability, easier navigation between languages, and selection option within each meeting. Currently, the documents for IMO meetings are available electronically on IMO Docs using two management tools: the main interface of IMO Docs under the Meeting Documents tab, and the IMO Archives, which is the repository of all IMO meeting documents released before 1998, using the link to e-discovery tool ZLAP on the IMO Docs main page. A number of difficulties are associated with this tool, as highlighted in paragraph 5.2. Having two separate tools with different structures to archive and manage the documents not only makes it difficult for users to search and retrieve the required information, but also is a time-consuming process. Therefore, there is a need for further improvements which could be made to increase IMO docs user-friendliness, its accessibility and effectiveness. In this context, the Council may consider inviting the Secretariat to explore options on the enhancement of IMO docs, including the merging of the management tools in paragraph 5 of this document into one system, with further improvements in user-friendliness, accessibility, and effectiveness, taking into account the use of artificial intelligence applications. Thank you, Chair.
Muchas gracias a los Emiratos.
Thank you very much to the United Arab Emirates. Before I ask Council for comments on this document, I'd like to turn to the Secretary-General for some commenting remarks. I'm sure he has some to make. Thank you, Chair. And yes, I would really very much like to thank I do appreciate and welcome the proposal made by the United Arab Emirates to modernise and enhance document accessibility and searchability on IMO docs, including IMO archive documents. This is an issue which we have also recognised internally within the Secretariat. Our preliminary assessment indicates that in order to achieve these improvements, particularly with regard to the legacy archives, it will require substantial investment in terms of financial resources, technical expertise, and time. The challenges associated with reprocessing the previously digitised documents, which have degraded over time, integrating fundamentally different operating systems for IMO docs and IMO archives, and implementing AI-driven multilingual search tools to enhance searchability are significant and cannot be attained without additional financial and human resource investment beyond that proposed in the budget at this session. Should the necessary resources be made available, the IMO Secretariat stands ready to implement the transition by conducting a unified technical assessment and by developing a comprehensive roadmap which would include timelines, proposed solutions, and implementation options. In the meantime, this remains one of the mid to long-term projects to be launched, bearing in mind that we do already have ongoing projects to improve our services, such as the enhancement of GMDSS. And I was going to make another comment in addition, but the chair wouldn't allow me.
¿Quiere que haga yo el comentario?
Well, should I make the comment, says the chair.
Lo voy a hacer de manera sutil.
I'll be subtle. No. No. Can I open the floor and ask for comments on the document from the UAE and the information we've heard from the Secretary-General?
De no haberlos, entiendo.
Seeing none, then I take it that Council can note the information contained in the document C 124/1 and 134/1 and the information provided by the Secretary-General, and invites the Secretariat to explore options on the enhancement of IMO docs, including the merging of the management tools IMO docs and Scilab into one system with further improvements in user friendliness, accessibility and effectiveness, taking into account the use of artificial intelligence applications, and report to a future session of Council. Should there be sufficient resources? And if there's no objection, it is so decided. That completes our consideration of this item. And we will move on now to the Russian Federation's document on the violation of the terms of provision of GMDSS satellite communications services. The Russian Federation, you have the floor to introduce the document.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning to you, and a good morning to the Secretary General and to distinguished colleagues. First and foremost, I'd like to thank Chile and Panama for yesterday's receptions and also congratulate Bahamas on their National Day. Chair, our document 24/2 and the statement we shall now make are, first of all, intended to raise awareness among Council members of the egregious events taking place which directly threaten the safety of navigation. In other words, the main objective of our organisation, namely the promotion of safe and sustainable shipping. Our delegation has already made a similar statement at the last meeting of the IMSO Advisory Committee, as well as at the 110th session of the MSC, which took place just recently. And we can assure you that we will continue in future to inform the international shipping community of such facts. During 2022 to 2025, Inmarsat Global Limited, an IMO-recognized provider of mobile satellite services, imposed restrictions on vessels under the flag of the Russian Federation as well as vessels registered, owned or operated in the Russian Federation, disconnecting over 100 vessels from the services of the Inmarsat mobile satellite communication system, which is a recognized component of the GMDSS. It should be noted that the introduction of restrictions on vessels flying the flags of various states has recently gone global. For example, in 2018, Iran, at the 121st session of the IMO Council, raised the issue of disconnections from the Inmarsat mobile satellite communication network, highlighting the fact that such deliberate actions pose a threat to the safety of global shipping and the environment, and therefore contradict the basic principles of the IMO and the obligations of its member states. In the case of the Russian vessels, these restrictions imposed by the recognized mobile satellite service provider in the GMDSS have led to the blocking of Inmarsat mobile satellite communication services on board Russian vessels. Disconnecting ships from the services of the Inmarsat mobile satellite communication system poses a threat to the safety of global shipping and generates risks to the critical information infrastructure of maritime transport and to the environment. Such actions contradict the basic criterion and objectives of the IMO, as well as the obligations of member states, since they violate the principles of the freedom of international navigation. And this applies not only to the disconnection of the services set out in Chapter 4, Regulation 4 of SOLAS, which states that every ship at sea shall be capable of performing GMDSS functions and also transmitting and receiving general-purpose radio communications, which in turn may also be directly related to the safety of navigation and protection of human life at sea. For example, emergency medical assistance or consultation. But it's not only related to those services, but also to the services described in Chapter 5, Regulation 19.1 of SOLAS, namely the functioning of the LRIT system, which inter alia forms the basis for information exchange between administrations in resolving maritime security problems, as well as the services described in Chapter 11 to Regulation 6, namely the functioning of the Ship Security Alert System, the SSAS. One can only imagine what critical consequences may result for the ship and the crew if the SSAS does not work in time, owing to the disconnection of communication by Inmarsat. This is especially relevant now, Chair, these days, since unfortunately we all too often are hearing about attacks on and hijackings of ships and their crews, regrettably. Now, based on all we've set forth, our delegation, the Russian Federation, calls on the Council to consider the situation that's developed, to request clarifications from Inmarsat Global Limited regarding the restrictions imposed on the provision of communication services, to assist in the full restoration of satellite communication services on board all affected vessels, including those under the flag of the Russian Federation, as well as vessels registered, owned or operated in the Russian Federation, and also to take effective measures to prevent the recurrence of such practices in the future on board any vessel of any nationality, since, as I've already said, this directly threatens the safety of shipping and the protection of human life at sea. Thank you.
Gracias a la Federación de...
Thank you to the Russian Federation for having introduced your document. And I'd now like to turn to Council for remarks on the document which has just been introduced.
El Reino Unido.
The United Kingdom, followed by Denmark.
Thank you, Chair. In relation to paper C134/24/2 submitted by the Russian Federation, I can confirm that the United Kingdom has been in contact with Inmarsat to discuss the issues raised within the paper. We are wholly satisfied that GMDSS functions, including distress transmission and reception and the reception of maritime safety information, have been maintained for all member states. Inmarsat may, in some cases, terminate commercial services associated with high economic risk situations. In such cases, GMDSS functions remain connected at all times, in line with the IMO regulatory framework and as confirmed through the reports and oversights of IMSO. I understand that Inmarsat is happy to answer questions from the IMO or any member state as required on the provision of their safety services and is in regular contact with all contributors to the satellite GMDSS services. Thank you.
Gracias al Reino Unido.
Thank you, United Kingdom. Denmark?
Thank you, Chair. Denmark notes the information provided in this document. We would like to recall that the Council shall consider issues within the scope of committees only after obtaining their views. And therefore we take note that no decision has been provided to this Council by by MSC or any other committee on this matter. And also, as was mentioned before, we would like to recall also that this issue has been already discussed at IMSO's 51st Advisory Committee. And as also mentioned by the statement of UK, as regards commercial services, these are matters that should be settled directly between the Russian Federation and Inmarsat on those communication services provided outside the scope of GMDSS. Thank you.
Gracias a
Thank you, Denmark. Seeing no further requests to speak from council members, we will turn to observer member states, the Islamic Republic of Iran.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Islamic Republic of Iran thanks the Russian Federation for submitting this document and wishes to express its support for the concern raised regarding the unilateral disconnection of the satellite communication services provided under the GMDSS. We share the view that the restriction imposed by a recognized mobile satellite service provider, particularly when based on the political or unilateral considerations, are in contradiction with the principle of the IMO Convention and relevant instruments, including SOLAS and Resolution A1001. As referred in the document, the Islamic Republic of Iran has also experienced similar disconnections and we have previously raised this concern in the Council. Secretary General, distinguished delegates, we strongly believe that no artificial distinction should be made between the commercial and safety-related services provided by satellite communication provider. For example, a request for medical consultations at sea, typically done via satellite link, cannot reasonably be classified as a purely commercial service. Denying such services on political grounds is incompatible with the humanitarian obligation of all maritime stakeholders. In this regard, we propose that if full restoration of the satellite communication service cannot be yet achieved, at the very least, a minimum time window per day should be guaranteed for a free access to emergency and essential communication services, such as medical consultations, distress coordination, or urgent logistical support. This would uphold the fundamental principle of the safety at sea and reduce the risk posed by communication blackouts. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Gracias a la República Islámica.
Thank you to the Islamic Republic of Iran. IMSO, please.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning to all. And my apologies in advance to the interpreters for the change of my intervention. Chair, distinguished delegates, IMSO takes notes of the documents submitted by the Russian Federation under Agenda Item 24 and welcomes the opportunity to clarify its role and ongoing work in relation to the matter raised and IMSO's reference in paragraph 6.3 in this paper. As the oversight body for satellite services provider recognized for use in the GMDSS, IMSO monitors compliance with the obligation set out in the SOLAS Convention and related IMO resolutions and IMSO's public services agreement concluded with Inmarsat. Following the entry into force of the amended SOLAS Chapter 4 provisions on 1st January 2024, it is important to recall that the scope of the GMDSS is now clearly limited to safety-related services. This includes distress alerting, maritime safety information broadcasts, and search and rescue coordination. So-called commercial communications functions such as ship-to-shore voice or data services are no longer considered part of the GMDSS as reflected in Chapter 4, Regulation 4.1.2. Against that background, and following early reports of disconnection by Inmarsat, including but not limited for vessels under the Russian flag, IMSO initiated a dialogue with the provider. According to our ongoing investigations and based on the information currently available, as well as the outcomes of the IMSO Advisory Committee 51st session held in June this year, during which this matter was also discussed, we can confirm that GMDSS safety services remain available to affected vessels, and there is no indication at this stage of non-compliance with SOLAS or the IMSO Inmarsat Public Service Agreement governing the provision of the GMDSS services by Inmarsat under the oversight of IMSO, despite potential safety-related implication as reported by the Russian Federations. In that regard, and also not mentioned in the Russian Federation document, but obviously mentioned orally a few minutes ago, IMSO also wishes to highlight a potential parallel concern with respect to the LRIT, which is also dependent on commercial communication infrastructure and therefore vulnerable to similar restrictions. And as the auditing body for LRIT, IMSO is, of course, following this aspect closely. Having said that, Mr. Chair, IMSO remains available to provide further clarification and will continue to work with all the stakeholders to contribute to the reliability and integrity of IMO-recognized maritime satellite services provided under the GMDSS. Thank you, Chair.
Muchas gracias a la IMSO.
Thank you, IMSO. Well, we're a little bit over the time for our coffee break. So I would suggest that we continue on this after the break. And I will give Malta the floor for an announcement.
Thank you, Chair. On behalf of Malta, I warmly invite you for a coffee break, which I are pleased to sponsor. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias a Malta.
Thank you, Malta.
Buenos días.
Good morning again. I hope you have enjoyed the coffee break, and we thank Malta for their invitation. As for the issue under consideration and the document submitted by the Russian Federation and the subsequent debate, I understand that the Council takes note of the document submitted by the Russian Federation and of the comments made in plenary, and taking into account the present arrangements in place for oversight and reporting of the performance of recognized mobile satellite services, Council invites the Russian Federation and any other interested member state to raise directly with IMSO any case where they consider that a recognized mobile satellite service provider has not been or not being observed or adhered to the provisions of Resolution A1001/25. If there are no objections, it is so decided. And that brings to a conclusion item 24 of the agenda. And we move on to item 13 of the agenda on the report of the MEPC.
Como les decía, pasamos.
As I was saying, under agenda item 13, we deal with the report of the Marine Environment Protection Committee, under which 2 documents have been submitted. Council will recall that at C133, it agreed to defer to this session the consideration of document C133/10/1 from the United Arab Emirates concerning the establishment of the IMO Net Zero Fund. So I would propose to structure the discussion of this item as follows. Firstly, we shall consider document C134/13, which reports on the outcome of the 83rd session of the MEPC, together with document C133/10/1 from the UAE, the consideration of which was deferred from our last session. And secondly, I propose that we consider document C134/13/1, proposing the establishment of a new subcommittee on reduction of greenhouse gas emissions from ships under the auspices of the MEPC. And I trust you agree to this order of the discussion. I wish to advise that the chair of the committee of the MEPC, Dr. Harry Conway of Liberia, is not present, and I therefore invite the Secretary General to introduce the report and to make any observations he may wish to make in relation to the work of the committee. Thank you, Chair. The outcome of the 83rd session of the MEPC is summarised in document 134/13. During the session, substantial progress was made on many environment-related subjects, including the reduction of GHG emissions from ships, air pollution prevention and energy efficiency of ships, ballast water management, marine plastic litter from ships, and the establishment of an emission control area and 2 particularly sensitive sea areas. As regards the reduction of GHG emissions from ships, I am pleased to inform Council that the committee approved draft amendments to MARPOL Annex 6 on the IMO Net Zero framework, combining mandatory emission limits and a GHG pricing mechanism. The amendments represent another significant step forward in the collective effort of the IMO member states to combat climate change and to modernise shipping, clearly demonstrating that the IMO delivers on its commitments. Most of all, I wish to commend the extraordinary spirit of cooperation and commitment demonstrated throughout the last committee session. I would like to encourage all member states to continue collaborating and engaging in constructive discussions, thus demonstrating leadership and reinforcing their dedication to this vital endeavour. This will allow us to present a united front at the second extraordinary session of the MEPC to be held in October of this year. As requested by the committee, the Secretariat has prepared a draft work plan to prepare for the entry into force of the IMO Net Zero framework for consideration at that extraordinary session. Bearing in mind the significant tasks facing the committee ahead, this will afford a valuable opportunity to address any concerns you may have regarding the implementation of the framework as we move forward with the development of supporting guidelines, guidance and governance provisions. As indicated in the draft work plan, document MEPC/ES2/3, I've presented options for consideration by the committee and subsequently by Council on how to defray the initial costs for the setup of the GFI registry and the IMO Net Zero Fund, taking into account that these costs should, in due course, be reimbursed through the administrative fee of the registry and resources available in the fund. Lastly, I would like to extend my sincere appreciation to the committee's chair, Dr. Harry Conway of Liberia, for his steadfast leadership in guiding the committee with determination and efficiency, successfully addressing complex and sensitive issues to the satisfaction of all concerned. I also wish to thank the Vice Chair, Mr. Han Chung-tan of Singapore, for his valuable support. And I would also like to express appreciation for the hard-working, committed staff of the Marine Environment Division. Thank you. Thank you, Secretary General. I now open the floor for the Council to comment in general on the report of the 83rd session of the MEPC, as well as on the statement just made by the Secretary General. And please take into account the time constraints we're now having to grapple with when you take the floor. And I'd also like to report that although Dr. Harry Conway is not with us, is not available. We do have a vice chair of the committee with us, Mr. Han Chang-tan of Singapore, should it be necessary for him to provide any clarifications. The floor is open.
De no haber observaciones.
As there are no comments, could I invite counsel? I always wait for someone to say something.
Delegación de Estados Unidos.
The United States.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First, we would like to thank Chile and Panama for the lovely receptions last night and Malta for providing this morning's coffee and sweets. And we also offer our congratulations to Bahamas on their National Day. We thank the Secretariat for this report and the continuing efforts by the committee to prevent or reduce the different types of pollution from ships. However, as we have indicated previously, the United States does not support the MARPOL Annex 6 amendments related to GHG reduction that were agreed at MEPC 83. We note that there continues to be considerable opposition to the proposed amendments to the net zero framework, and there remains a clear lack of consensus for the outcome. As noted in paragraph 12 of document C-134/13, 16 members opposed the adoption of the proposed amendments and 24 members abstained. In light of this clear lack of consensus.
Estados Unidos, perdone que le interrumpe, podría.
Sorry for interrupting you. Could you speak a little more slowly to make life a bit easier for the interpreters? Thank you.
Yes, absolutely. Apologies. I'm almost done in any case. In light of this clear lack of consensus, our delegation questions the utility of continued work on the IMO net zero framework as outlined in C-134/13. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you, United States. I now invite Council to address the actions requested of it by MEPC 83 as set forth in paragraph 39 of document C-134/13. As most of the action items concern requests for the Council to note information on decisions or progress made on relevant agenda items, I would suggest that in the interest of time and subject to agreement, we take due note of them and consider only the action points in paragraph 39.16 and 39.19. With regard to these paragraphs, I take it that the Council endorses the proposed outputs of the MEPC for the 2026-27 biennium and the outputs on the post-biennial agenda of the committee. And I also take it that the Council endorses the holding of the 31st intersessional meeting of the PPR Technical Group on the evaluation of safety and pollution hazards of chemicals. In 2026. And the 20th and 21st meetings of the Intersessional Working Group on reduction of GHG emissions from ships in autumn 2025 and spring 2026. If there's no objection, it is so decided. And thereupon I propose that the Council approves the report of the 83rd session of the MEPC in general and transmits it with its comments and recommendations to the Assembly at its 34th session in accordance with Article 21B of the IMO Convention. It is so decided. Having considered and approved the report of MEPC 83, let us now turn to document C-133/10/1 from the United Arab Emirates regarding the establishment of the IMO Net Zero Fund, deferred from C-133. Council has just noted that the MEPC approved draft amendments to MARPOL Annex 6, which requests the Secretary-General to establish an IMO Net Zero Fund to support the implementation of the new GHG reduction measures. Furthermore, I'd like to emphasize that the Secretary-General has just informed us that he has submitted a document with options for funding the initial costs related to the establishment of the GFI registry and the IMO Net Zero Fund to future sessions of both the committee and the Council. These options will take into account the fact that such costs are expected to be reimbursed in due course through administrative fees from the registry and resources generated within the fund. And so, in my view, the key issues raised in document C-133/10/1 are being addressed. Therefore, I propose that the Council takes note of the outcome of MEPC 83 and document 10/1 concerning the establishment of the IMO Net Zero Fund and awaits the report on the outcome of the committee's consideration of the Secretary-General's proposal of options for initiating the work related to the fund's establishment to future sessions of the Council. So if there are no objections, it is so decided. I see the delegation of the UAE. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Our delegation would like to thank Malta for the coffee break. Mr. Chair, we would like to clarify that this document is in line with Article 15M of the IMO Convention, and it has no intention to interfere with the mandate of MEPC and its instruments, such as MARPOL Annex 6. As indicated in the document, that the establishment of the IMO Net Zero Fund is a policy matter which should be considered by the Council. We believe that the MEPC, being a technical organ, should address technical issues, while financial policy matters should be handled by the Council. Therefore, if the fund is established, we believe it would be best and most appropriate for this fund to be established under the responsibility of the Council and the Assembly. We still believe that MARPOL Annex 6 as a mandatory technical instrument may be appropriate for the technical component. However, when it comes to the economic component, MARPOL's provisions were not designed for the purpose of collecting and distributing revenues. Therefore, a separate agreement will be required rather than amendments to MARPOL Annex 6. Mr. Chair, approving the amendments of MARPOL Annex 6 is not part of the IMO Convention. The Convention stipulates the adoption, not to discuss the amendments. And it should be done next year.
Gracias.
Thank you, UAE.
Is requesting the floor again? It looks like it. Adelante, por favor.
Please go ahead.
سيد الرئيس فقط توضيح بسيط.
Thank you, Chair. Let me clarify. It will be done in October this year and not next year, as previously said by the interpreter. Apology from the interpreter.
Gracias, Emiratos.
Thank you, UAE, for that clarification. I'm going to give the floor to the Secretary General to provide some additional information. Thank you, Chair. And taking on board the comment or question from the UAE, I can say that the information on the establishment of the fund provided at the MEPC and in the document 10/3, which will be considered by the extraordinary session, points out that that establishment will take place in accordance with the financial rules and regulations of the organization, in full compliance with them. As regards Article 15 of the organization's constitution, there is no non-compliance with it regarding the MEPC decision to establish this fund. There's no conflict with the convention, and so indeed there are decisions from technical bodies who've taken such decisions through the parties. For example, the GHGTC fund, which was established by the Secretary General in accordance with the request from MEPC 74. And the Marine Security Fund was also established by the Secretary General following a request from the Soulless Convention of 2002 on marine security, maritime security, and also the goals-based standards fund was established by the Secretary-General in accordance with the request of Resolution MSC 287, and these were simply reported to Council for information, but the authorization came from the parties of the instruments and the instruction given by them to the Secretary-General. So I hope that clarifies on the points which have been made. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Secretario General.
Thank you, Secretary-General. I take it that with those clarifications from the Secretary-General, Council can agree with my previous proposal as to how to proceed. So if there are no objections, it is so decided. And we will now move on to proposal for the establishment of a new subcommittee. And I'd like to invite one of the co-sponsors of C-134-13-1 to introduce it. Morocco, you have the floor.
Tout d'abord, nous remercions Malte.
Could we begin by thanking Malta for the coffee break? And apologies to the interpreter, says the speaker. I'll be making this in English.
C-134/13/1 raises the issue of establishing a subcommittee under MEPC to address GHG emissions. The document outlines the necessity of such a subcommittee to ensure multilingualism, inclusivity, and the need for a permanent working arrangement to handle the work ahead in relation to GHG matters. In this context, the document proposes that the Council might invite MEPC Extraordinary Session Number 2 to consider the need for establishing a new subcommittee on the reduction of GHG emissions. And should MEPC Extraordinary Session decide to establish the new subcommittee, the Secretariat is invited to update the result-based budget for 2026-2027 and submit it to the Council for its approval at its 135 session. Allow me, Mr. Chair, now to offer some clarification that could assist in deciding on the proposals presented in the document. First, we acknowledge that establishing a new subcommittee will have budgetary implications. It is clear that the decarbonization journey will bring financial impact not only to the shipping sector but to all of us. As mentioned in paragraph 34 of document C-134/6, the estimated cost of a 5-day subcommittee meetings is approximately £85,000. The question we should consider is the Council willing to accept this cost, bearing in mind that the Secretariat may also require additional staffing. This is a question that should be addressed before the next Assembly. Second, should the Council decide on the establishment of such a subcommittee? The answer is clearly no. So why is this question being raised at the Council? The reasons lies in the tight timelines. To clarify this, if the proposal were to be submitted directly to MEPC Extraordinary Session, and if MEPC decide to establish the new subsidiary body, it will not be possible to implement it within the 2026-2027 biennium. This would mean that any formal decision on the subcommittee would have to wait until the Assembly on 2027, delaying its start until 2028-2029 biennium. Considering the potential entry into force of the new Chapter 5 in 2027, this delay will be unfortunate. Therefore, we propose that the Council provide at least an indication to MEPC Extraordinary Session and an instruction to the Secretariat to prepare a revised result budget for 2026-2027 to be submitted to the Council 135. Third, with regard to the question of maybe the frequency and the TOR of the subcommittee, we believe this matter should be thoroughly discussed within MEPC extraordinary session. With regard now to the question of endorsing the intersessional working group 20 and 21, our delegation endorsed having these two sessions. In that regard, we consider that the first meeting of the subcommittee could be scheduled between MEPC 84 and MEPC 85, likely in late June or early July. Finally, if the Council agrees on the proposal on the submission, the intention of our delegation with other interested member states is to submit a document to MEPC extraordinary session number 2 related to the TOR of the new subcommittee. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Muchas gracias a la delegación de...
Thank you, Morocco, for your introduction to the document and also for the other issues which you have addressed, which have a bearing on this and which member states may also wish to take into account when making their remarks. Before asking for comments, I'd like to note that any decision regarding the establishment of a possible greenhouse gas subcommittee rests with the MEPC as the parent body. Having said that, the floor is now open for comments.
Shall we? Gracias por la paciencia.
Thank you for bearing with us. We're just wondering whether to start the barbecue up today rather than Friday. But anyway, we decided we'll wait till Friday. The Secretary General has some information to share with us before we forge away ahead. Thank you, Chair. Just by way of a start, if the MEPC, when the decision is taken, decides to establish a subcommittee, of course, the Secretariat, I myself, we will take all the necessary steps to ensure that that action is taken. That is not a problem. Now, given the number of requests to speak, and that this is a decision of MEPC, not Council, there are some matters, some aspects that require consideration. The establishment of a new subcommittee constitutes certain obstacles for us before it can get going, get up and running. Yes, there is a meeting cost, approximately £85,000, which is what we work on the basis for the established subcommittees, and apologies to the interpreters. That's largely down to the costs of interpretation for those meetings. So if you bring in a new subcommittee, then we also face the challenges of the meeting schedule, the program of meetings, deadlines for the submission of documents. We then have to shift meetings to ensure that a new subcommittee would have time to report to the committee or committees. More documents then have to be translated for meetings. So I have to check the impact on conference division for that, and if there are any budgetary issues, additional staff required. The Marine Environment Division has to process the documents faster so that they can be translated and so on. So I can continue with a whole list of everything that would have to be done so that when the decision is taken by MEPC, that can be done. So I would ask for understanding. It is not that I am against this. This is your decision. But I'm sure you would want me to conduct the analysis so that it would be ready for MEPC, so that when you, the member states at MEPC, discuss this and take decisions, it's there. And I can assure you that we would begin that analysis so that you do have all the information available, and if the discussion takes place at the extraordinary session, then I would be able to update the budget which was presented to Council in November, or to be presented to Council in November. But please have some consideration, because if that is what is to happen with regard to the holding of the first session of such a subcommittee. So I hope that's been helpful. Sir, perhaps you might like to sum up before we have comments.
Muchas gracias, secretario.
Thank you very much, SG, Secretary General. Well, yes, I'll take up that challenge, but please just give me a minute.
gracias de nuevo por su paciencia.
Well, thank you again for bearing with me. I'm going to have a go. This is no mean feat, but I'm going to have a go at it. And that is to give you some proposal on decisions without having listened to you. But please, I beg you, can you listen very carefully to what I'm going to propose? Because I do honestly believe that this covers all the different aspects related to the decision and also takes account of the comments which were made by the Secretary-General. Therefore, I propose the following. Firstly, that Council notes that any decisions regarding the possible establishment of the new subcommittee rest with the MEPC as the parent body. 2, notes the information given orally by the Secretary-General. 3, invites the co-sponsors and interested member states to consider submitting the proposal to a future session of the MEPC. And 4, invites the Secretary-General to provide information to the Council on the financial implications, the administrative and implications and impact on the on the programme, to MEPC, the extraordinary session number 2, and to Council 135, should MEPC decide to establish the new subcommittee. And if you wish, I can repeat that, but I think it's at least clear as far as I can see. And if you can agree, I trust, I hope, I would very much like, I'd urge you to withdraw your requests to speak. Thank you very much.
Necesitamos a una delegación que haga de...
We just need the icebreaker. We need one delegation to start with the withdrawal.
Tienen que llamar por teléfono.
Delegación de Emiratos Árabes seguida de China.
The UAE followed by China.
شكرا السيد الرئيس. بالنظر إلى الشاشة أعتقد بأن هذا.
Thank you, Chair. I am looking at the screen and I can see I am a very lucky delegate to have been first. But we were also first and foremost ready to support your summary, Chair, but I have one small comment on point 3 of your summing up, Chair. You said Council invites the co-sponsors and interested member states to consider submitting the proposal to a future session, but it's not clear when that is. Now, we think that would be the extraordinary session of MEPC, because we think your point 4, inviting the Secretary-General to provide information on financial impact to the extraordinary session. So that would mean that the co-sponsored would also make their proposal at that extraordinary session of MEPC. Could you spell out which session of MEPC it would be for your point 3?
Gracias, Emiratos Árabes. Si le sois...
Thank you, UAE. Well, to be honest, I was expecting that. For me, future session of the MEPC would be the extraordinary session in October. But the prerogative to defer that to a future, to a specific session, is really up to member states. And from what I see from the co-sponsors and possibly others, the intention clearly, as Morocco has said, because of the time restrictions, would be to submit it to the extraordinary session, MEPC 2, that is in October. The reference I made in point 4 arises from the Secretary-General's commitment to inform MEPC in October, but of course I understand that the proposal comes from the co-sponsors and would be submitted at that next extraordinary MEPC session. So I hope I've clarified things, and thank you very much indeed for supporting my proposal. I much appreciate that. And I do hope that others will follow that example. Delegation of China, followed by Finland.
谢谢主席。
Thank you, Chair. Looks like we're competing for the receptions during the assembly. Thanks to Malta for the document, and thanks to Egypt and all co-sponsors for the document. We generally support your summary. We'd like to raise some supplementary issues to enhance our further discussion. In our view, to establish a subcommittee both has its advantages and disadvantages. We can solve some issues. However, it will inevitably raise some other problems. For the mandate of this council, we support to invite the Secretariat to assess the budgetary implication of establishing such a subcommittee. However, before doing so, we believe some fundamental questions must be discussed and clarified to ensure whether referring to the so-called GHG subcommittee we have a common understanding. After all, such a subcommittee would differ significantly from existing ones. A common understanding is necessary for the Secretariat to conduct a sound assessment of the potential budgetary impact. Specifically, our delegation would like to explore or seek some clarifications on the following questions. First, regarding the meeting schedule. How many times per year is the subcommittee expected to meet? Will intersessional or back-to-back working group meetings still be held? Will the subcommittee establish multiple working groups? We are aware that currently GHG-related meetings amount to no less than 2 weeks per year, and MEPC often establishes working groups as well, with some 13 tasks under the GHG agenda item. If the subcommittee only meets for once or twice, 1 or 2 weeks a year, this will significantly reduce the meeting time. If the workload remains unchanged, this may require parallel work streams, which could further hinder the participation capacity of developing countries. And the second question is the relationship between the subcommittee and the parent body, MEPC. After establishing a subcommittee, will MEPC still include a GHG agenda item? If so, how should the responsibilities be divided to avoid overlap between the parent body and its subsidiary? Given that the rationale behind establishing the subcommittee is to address technical issues, it is necessary to distinguish between policy issues and technical issues within the various existing work streams. If MEPC no longer includes a GHG agenda item, this would significantly reduce its workload and the number of documents submitted. In that case, is it still necessary to maintain the current frequency of 3 MEPC sessions every 2 years? And thirdly, would establishing a new subcommittee create difficulties in managing the overall annual meeting schedule, especially in avoiding overlapping with holidays such as Eid al-Adha, Easter, August recess, and the Christmas season? Would it be opportunity to consider restructuring or merging some existing subcommittees? And fourthly, regarding the sustainability of the proposed subcommittee, from a long-term perspective, for example, 1 decade or 2 decades, will the subcommittee be able to sustain a full and a relatively stable workload? Or is the bulk of the work, in fact, concentrated in the 2 years leading up to 2028? This delegation believes that prior to conducting a budgetary assessment, there should be first a clear and a unified understanding of the above issues. We can use the intersessional period for preliminary discussion and refer the matters to the MEPC for consideration and make the decision, and then subsequent reporting to the Council. Thank you, Chair.
Gracias a China por los.
Thank you, China, for the support in general for my proposals and also for your questions. If I'm to be honest, these are pretty much the same questions I've been asking myself in my preparation for the council meeting. And the conclusion I've reached is that all these issues must be addressed and by MEPC, which must answer them. The provisions around the work of the committee, and that is why we are inviting the co-sponsors and interested member states to consider submitting proposals at that MEPC for an in-depth discussion. It's not the first time that MEPC has been called on to air those kind of discussions. We need a thorough discussion, and we need to allow and I'm looking at the SG, sufficient time for that sort of discussion at the MEPC. So thank you, China. I'll take one more delegation before the break, Finland.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning to everyone. Before turning to the issue at hand, we want to thank Chile and Panama for nice receptions last night and Malta for tasty refreshments during the morning coffee break. In addition, we congratulate Bahamas on their National Day. Chair, Finland wants to thank Egypt et al. For the timely document C134/13/1, which we welcome. However, this is not a new initiative, as new working arrangements for IMO's greenhouse gas work were discussed in the past, both in MEPC and intersessional working group meetings. For example, in MEPC 76 and MEPC 77 meetings, and in intersessional working group on greenhouse gas emissions, number 10. Finland was one of the member states that worked actively to progress that initiative in the past. New working arrangements were proposed, for example, to accelerate discussions on various greenhouse gas-related work streams, which were many, and in accordance, and we were discussed about the establishment of a standing technical group on reduction of greenhouse gas emissions from SIPs to replace the intersessional working group on reduction of greenhouse gas emissions from SIPs. Chair, during those days, our discussions on the initiative on new working arrangements were concluded to be immature, and in addition, the budgetary implications were considered too high. However, now, after the approval of Marple amendments in April to enforce the IMO net zero framework to be adopted by the extraordinary MEPC meeting in October, it is, from our point of view, beneficial for us, the Council members, to consider the proposal by Egypt et al. As an early stage, yet highly significant proposal for the future decision by the Council, although the decision needs to be made first by MEPC, as we have discussed. To conclude, Chair, this delegation supports the establishment of a subcommittee on greenhouse gas reduction. However, we recommend that this matter is referred for detailed discussions, which is needed at the future session of MEPC. Thank you, Chair.
Gracias a la delegación de...
Thank you, Finland. Yes, Chair, certainly a few more minutes. Before we take our lunch break, I would ask you to consider the situation, to consider Council's role with regard to this particular proposal, to bear in mind the questions China has raised and the responses I've given. We could spend the whole day and tomorrow and next week discussing those. They are questions which MEPC should decide. So I would invite you to mull this over lunch, to consider your position, and when we start again at 2:30, that you would then be in a position to withdraw your request to speak if you agree with my summing up that I've already given you. Having said that, thank you very much. Do have a good lunch, and that's some food for thought for you.
Buenas tardes a todas las...
Good afternoon, all delegations. I hope you've had a good lunch break. I see there are still requests from the floor. So I shall take them up, beginning with Chile, to be followed by Brazil. Thank you, Chair. I wish it was football, with Chile first, then Argentina, then Brazil, but unfortunately not.
Gracias.
Thank you, Chair. We thank the sponsors of this proposal, and we appreciate the fact that it's based on the basis of inclusion and fairness, and we very much support it. We support it, and we also thank the Secretary General for his clarifications. We also support the points and questions raised by the delegation of China. Our delegation recognizes that the proposal submitted contains valid arguments geared to opening up a debate on the best way of organizing the heavy workload nearing. And we especially have to take into account the tight timelines, but we also need to note that it recognizes a number of advantages, such as multilingualism, but there are institutional operational challenges which have to be dealt with care. We also feel it's important to recall that not all member states have the same resources to participate in simultaneous workflows, which could have an impact on inclusiveness and representativeness of this negotiating process. And also, given that issues related to climate change are cross-cutting in their importance, we believe that the interests and concerns of all states must be carefully considered in any decision on the governance structure. We believe that this whole discussion on the possible creation of a new subcommittee should be carried out with due reflection and should be based on a comparative analysis, taking into account the possible advantages and disadvantages of such a proposal vis-à-vis the current work model which we apply. The reason why we maintained our request for the floor is to stress that the last session of the committee was convened specifically to address the measures that have been agreed in the spring. It's important for it to maintain the same approach and deal with caution the possibility of additional debates when they may divert attention from the main objective. However important they may be, and even if they're geared to efficiency, as is the case in this instance, in our experience, there are opportunities for gaining efficiency in measures that may be at the cost of the strategic objectives, and this could impact the effectiveness of the results. And that is something which our delegation doesn't want to see happening. There's a lot of work which has been done, and it is the balance struck which is now at stake. And there's also limited time to discuss a new structure. As you clearly explained, Secretary General, and as the Chair explained, there's also limited time which needs to be properly structured for adopting the fundamental amendments which will give form to the future legal regime on emissions reductions. Thank you.
Muchas gracias a la delegación.
Thank you, Chile. Brazil, to be followed by Mexico.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you, Chair. I begin my statement in Spanish to respond to Chile's statement. In football, we are going to keep winning, as I hope we will in the future discussions in the MEPC.
Given the complexity of the proposal, which was appropriately summarized by the statements of the distinguished delegates from China and Chile, Brazil believes that a thorough and impartial analysis should be undertaken by the appropriated body. Mr. Chair, we support, in general, your summary, but Brazil has some concern regarding point 4. Brazil believes that the aim of the extraordinary session of the MEPC is to adopt the revised test of the MARPOL. Therefore, we prefer to discuss this matter in other MEPC than the extraordinary MEPC. Thank you, Chair.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Brazil. Mexico. Thank you, Chair. I don't know about the football results, but we are keen to see you in Mexico for the next World Cup, as we'll be one of the host countries. And we thank the distinguished delegations of Chile, Panama, Malta, Indonesia, alike for their kind invitations to the receptions yesterday and the coffee break and lunch, respectively. Congratulations to the distinguished delegation of Bahamas on their National Day. Mexico thanks Morocco and all the co-sponsoring states for this document which has been submitted, and with all due respect to all of you, I wish to state the following. Of course, Mexico acknowledges what the Secretary General has done on the issue of creating a new subcommittee, as it constitutes a challenge. Nonetheless, we have to accept that here we are here to face challenges and to rise to them. We also thank the delegation of China, but any significant activity has a budgetary impact. We agree with the Chair's summary and also with the invaluable contribution made by the delegation of Chile. Nonetheless, we request that we reflect carefully on this proposal, which would appear to be a cost initially, but over time it will become an investment. Otherwise, greater resources will be needed to remedy the damage which we've already caused. And with this in mind, I can assure you that all our efforts are geared to stopping and mitigating damage caused by GHG emissions, and that's a huge investment for the health of our planet. For this reason, this delegation fully supports everything that's been said by the delegation of Morocco. Thank you, sir.
Gracias.
Thank you, Mexico. United Kingdom.
Thank you, Chair. I'll be brief. The UK would like to sincerely thank the co-sponsors of this document. I think the level of interest in this room shows what a very valuable contribution it is. Chair, we support your summary, and I'd like to agree with the comments made by the distinguished delegate of Brazil. We think it is important that the adoption of the measures agreed at MEPC in April remains the priority for the extraordinary session. Thank you.
Gracias.
Thank you, United Kingdom. The Cook Islands, to be followed by Thailand. Could the speaker please put the microphone on, the camera on?
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, colleagues, and our very best wishes to the Bahamas on their National Day. The Council, of course, does not have the mandate or the competence to decide whether or not the MEPC were to seek or even establish another subcommittee. Our assumption was with this submission, and we recognise the timelines that we're faced with, was to do one thing and one thing only. And that, I believe, was an aspiration for the Council to give a clear indication to the MEPC that in the event of the MEPC receiving a submission from one or more of the member states, they would consider whether or not there was a need for a more permanent structure to address substantive work that would derive from the adoption of the MARPOL amendments. In our view, that is as far as the Council could or should go. I.e., MEPC, if you were to decide this, the Council would not be putting any impediment in your way relative to budgetary constraints. Again, that's as simple as that. The extraordinary session. The extraordinary session has been established for one reason and one reason only. Hence the terminology, extraordinary session. It is there to hopefully adopt the approved text from MEPC 83. We should recall what the Council member from the United States, and we thank them for reminding us that it wasn't all plain sailing, and we had a number of abstentions, if not clear indications of not approving. We find it also intriguing that out of the 6 co-sponsors of this paper, 4 did not approve the amendments at MEPC 83. We're hoping it's going to be a positive sign. So, a final comment, you'll be pleased to know. Whilst it's not the Council's decision, the Council would do well to take into account that if there were to be any new subcommittee, this could not just be under the purview of the MEPC. It would have to also be embraced through the MSC to make sure that any of the ongoing work on GHG reduction, for it to be effective, would have to take into account the safety aspects that are intimately related to the development of alternative fuels and technologies. So it would not be as simple as an MEPC. I think you'd probably be looking, presumably the MEPC would be looking to MSC on the basis of the similar arrangements that we have with PPR. So we'll keep it at that, and thank you so much for recognising our card.
Gracias a la delegación de las islas.
Thank you to the Cook Islands for those comments. Thailand to be followed by Argentina.
Thank you, Chair. This delegation generally supports your summary. However, we would like to provide additional comments and concerns. We are of the opinion that the establishment of the new GHG subcommittee will shift the workload of MEPC. Therefore, the reduction of MEPC meeting once a year can be considered. The organization can then use the remaining budget for the new subcommittee. Moreover, rescheduling the subcommittee under the MEPC, IE, PPR, and III should be considered to facilitate smooth decision-making by the MEPC. Furthermore, we express caution regarding a multilingual approach in technical negotiations, which may introduce inconsistencies and delays. We also emphasize the need to support inclusivity of member states whose language fall outside the UN official language, noting the potential increase in resource requirement for technical training and interpretation. To ensure continuity, we recommend a transitional mechanism to maintain momentum during any shift to a new subcommittee. Thank you, Chair.
Muchas
Thank you, Thailand. Argentina, to be followed by the Marshall Islands. Thank you, Chair. We wish to thank the co-sponsors of the document and thank you for your summary and thank the Secretary-General for his clarifications. We would like to echo what has been said by Chile, Brazil and the Cook Islands. We feel, sir, that before there can be an analysis by the Secretariat of the financial or budgetary implications of creating a new subcommittee, there would first need to be a consideration in the MEPC of other substantive and formal aspects which are also very important for us to have a thorough, holistic idea of what ultimately the creation of this new subcommittee would involve. Chair, we understand that at the MEPC session in October, that is the ESS2, we understand that's an extraordinary session convened for the purposes of adopting the midterm measures adopted at MEPC 83, addressing substantive issues for implementation. And so it's not predetermined that there will be a new subcommittee. So our delegation for the time being does not see the need for adding greater complexity to the MEPC extraordinary session in October. In any event, this issue can be addressed at the next regular MEPC 84 to be held in the first 6 months of 2026. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Argentina. The Marshall Islands, please.
Thank you, Chair, and good day to all. First, we congratulate Bahamas on their National Day. In brief, Chair, the Marshall Islands would like to thank the Secretary-General and you for your 4-point proposal, which we can support. However, in line with the comments from the Cook Islands, we suggest consideration is given to any proposal for a new subcommittee having to report both to MEPC and MSC in the same way as other subcommittees. Thank you, Chair.
Gracias.
Thank you, Marshall Islands. Morocco, please.
Chair, for giving us the floor again. We would like to thank the ECG for the clarification provided. Our delegation has no objection to your summary, which we support. We are just seeking one clarification, which is regard to point 4. So our understanding from the ECG intervention that the financial application and also the implication on the work program will include a revised budget 2026-27. Is it correct or not? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Gracias a Marruecos.
Thank you, Morocco. I'll call on the Secretary-General to clarify that issue.
Gracias.
Thank you, Chair. And just to clarify things, with the information available to us and listening to what's been said, my commitment is to present to the MEPC a document, and if a document is forthcoming and has to be discussed, we'll give you the necessary information on the financial, operational, and timetabling implications so that delegations have the requisite information. Depending on the conclusions of that MEPC, I would then provide any information on additional cost or extra workload to the following meeting. That's two separate discussions. Thank you.
Gracias.
Thank you again to all delegations for your comments. And thank you for the general support there has been for my proposed summary. And to try to provide more clarity on the points raised on point 4 of the summary, inviting the Secretary-General to provide information to the Council on the financial implications as well as the operational and timetabling implications. That information will be provided to the extraordinary session of the MEPC, and it should be understood that this readiness of the Secretary-General to provide information is subject to the submission of proposals from countries on the basis of the invitation to the Member States in point 3 of my summary. And as Council, I don't think we can go much further than this. It will depend on the MEPC and how it considers proposals as submitted to it in the most sensible way possible, bearing in mind the objective and the spirit behind the extraordinary session of the MEPC in October. So I hope with those clarifications we may bring to an end our consideration of item 13 of the agenda.
Como les decía,
as I was saying, at the start of today's meeting, we've made a slight amendment to the order of business, and we shall now take up the report of the Maritime Safety Committee, agenda item 12.
Señalo ahora a la atención.
So I now draw the Council's attention to documents C-134/12 and C-134/12/1, which report on the outcome of the 109th and 110th sessions of the Maritime Safety Committee. Now, document C-134/12/1 only reports on pressing matters emanating from the 110th session of the committee that require consideration by Council at this session, owing to the proximity of the session of the committee and this Council session. The remaining items emanating from MSC 110, 110 will be submitted to the 135th session of the Council. And I wish to advise that the Vice Chair of the Committee, Mr. Theophilos Mozas, is present, and he stands ready to provide any clarifications that may be required. And I invite the Secretary-General to introduce the reports of the 109th and 110th sessions of the committee and to make any observations he may wish. Secretary-General. Thank you, Chair. To give you an example, or to set an example, and for the benefit of the interpreters, I'm going to summarize the introduction as much as possible. The report of the 109th session of the MSC has been issued as document MSC 109/22 and its addenda, and is summarized in document C 134/12. The report provides a summary of major decisions and actions taken by the committee that are relevant to the Council or which require action from it. From the most recent meeting of the MSC, I only wish to highlight one point, that is, of the substantial matters considered in the document. I would emphasize the endorsement by the committee of a roadmap for the comprehensive review of the 78 STCW Convention and Code. This alternative roadmap entails budget allocation for a new project-funded technical officer post in the subdivision for operational safety and human element to support the work on the comprehensive review. This new post would be based on a fixed-term project aligned with the completion of the comprehensive review. Now, that post is being formally classified at present, but it's expected that the annual budgetary cost will be approximately £150,000 sterling. And at present, resources are available in an existing thematic fund for this purpose, which would defray the costs up to 2026. However, in the absence of additional voluntary funds, there will then be an impact on the regular budget from 2027 until the work is concluded. If the Council agrees to the MSC request in this respect, I shall include this additional cost in my full results-based budget proposal, which the Council will consider at its next session. Specific actions requested by the Council can be found in paragraph 13 of the document, document 12. And lastly, I wish to thank the committee's chair, Ms. Maite Medina of the United States, for steering the committee so successfully. I also wish to thank the Vice Chair, Mr. Theophilos Mozas of Greece, for his active support for the committee. And I also wish to express gratitude for the hard-working commitment of the Maritime Safety Division. Thank you.
Gracias, Secretario General.
Thank you, Secretary General, for your introduction. And I'd now like to invite Council for comments in general on the reports of the 109th and 110th sessions of the MSC and the information which has just been given by the Secretary General. And please, or kindly, focus on the actions requested of the Council as set out in paragraph 21 of C13412 and paragraph 13 of C13412-1.
Dado que no hay observaciones.
Seeing none, I see no comments. And given that several of the action items concern requests for Council to note information on decisions or progress made on relevant agenda items of the committee, I would suggest that in the interest of time and subject to your agreement, we take note of them. And I now invite Council to address the actions requested of it by the 109th session of the MSC as set out in paragraph 21 of C13412. And I invite Council to consider the revision of the committee's method of work and take action as appropriate. Concerning this action, I invite Council to note the amendments introduced to the committee's method of work. That's MSc MEPC 1, Circular 5 Rev 6, which was concurrently approved by MEPC 83, and consider whether the organisation and method of work of the Council, that's Council 1 Circ 2, may need to be consequentially amended. In this regard, I invite the Secretariat to review the relevant provisions in the method of work and advise the Council at a future session accordingly. If there's no objection, it is so decided. Also to consider aligning relevant provisions in Resolution A 1174/33, that is application of the strategic plan of the organisation, with the corresponding provisions in MSc MEPC 1 Circ 5 Rev 6, using the information provided in document MSc 109 WP 10. And in this regard, the Secretariat has submitted for consideration at this Council session document C1344A2 with the revised application of the strategic plan, which was considered by the working group on the strategic plan established on Monday. I also invite Council to endorse the decision of the committee to change annual outputs, for which MSc is a parent body, to continuous outputs as of the 2026 to 27 biennium, and note the request to the Secretariat to review whether any consequential modifications to the organisational planning module of GMDSS would be required. I take it that Council endorses this action. Further, I take it that Council endorses the conclusion that the existing mechanism provided in the committee's method of work could be applied for the holding of subsidiary bodies working groups as intersessional meetings, as a flexible arrangement to address the workload during a session. Also, that Council endorses the new and revised outputs agreed by the committee in accordance with Resolution A 1173/33 on the strategic plan for the organisation for the 6-year period 2024 to 2029. And the Council endorses the approval of intersessional meetings. So if there is no objection, it is so decided.
De palabra de la
I see a request for the floor from the Islamic Republic of Iran. If it is not related to the decisions requested of Council by MSC and is a statement by way of information on a particular issue relating to maritime security. I'd ask you whether we could first complete the consideration of the report of the 109th session, and then we'll give you the floor. So would that be okay? Thank you. I now invite Council to address the actions requested of it by the 110th session of the Maritime Safety Committee, as set out in paragraph 13 of document C13412-1. And I take it that the Council approves the budget allocation for a new project-funded technical officer post in the subdivision for operational safety and human element in the Maritime Safety Division to support the work on the comprehensive review of the 1978 STCW Convention and Code. Concerning this action, I take it that Council now requests the Secretary-General to include it in his full results-based budget proposal for the 2026-27 biennium that will be submitted to the next session of the Council, that is Council 135. I also consider the revision of the committee's method of work and take action as appropriate. I invite Council here to note the amendments introduced in the committee's method of work, which will be referred to MEPC 84 for concurrent approval, and considers whether the organisation and method of work of the Council circular may need to be sequentially amended. In this regard, I invite the Secretariat to review the relevant provisions in the method of work and advise the Council at a future session accordingly. If there's no objection, it is so decided. Also endorses the new outputs agreed by the committee in accordance with Resolution A1173-33 on the strategic plan for the organisation for the 6-year period 2024 to 2029. And note the updated biennial status report of the committee for the 2024-2025 biennium and endorses the work programme for the 2026-2027 biennium and post-biennial agenda, noting that the Secretariat will submit any updates and future changes to the work programme emanating from III 11 and CCC 11, which will meet after C134 directly to C135. Finally, Council endorses the approval of intersessional meetings. If there's no objection, it is so decided. I now propose that Council transmits matters emanating from MSC 109 and MSC 110 with its comments and recommendations to the Assembly at its 34th session in accordance with Article 21B of the IMO Convention, noting that the remainder of the committee's report will be submitted to the 135th session of the Council. It is so decided. And now we will turn to the Islamic Republic of Iran for your statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for letting me taking the floor. Good afternoon to all. This delegation would like to inform the meeting that an Iranian flag vessel rescued 73 people in distress at the Mediterranean Sea. The MV Negar, with the IMO number 9165839, a general cargo ship operating under the Iranian flag, was sailing off the western coast of Egypt on 7 July 2025. When she received a distress alert from the MRCC Cairo, stating that a boat carrying Sudanese immigrants had had an accident and was requesting assistance. Respecting her humanitarian obligation, MV Negar diverted from her course and arrived at the scene of the sinking boat at 9 o'clock, some 80 miles of the Egyptian western coast, in order to assist in the rescue operation. Thanks to the courage and experience of her master, and despite adverse weather and sea conditions, MV Negar performed a successful rescue operation and recovered 73 Sudanese immigrants from the water who had been traveling toward Europe. On her route, MV Negar arrived at the Port Said, Egypt, and then transferred the rescued people in the distress thereto for appropriate medical and relevant care. It must be noted that the admirable and courageous operation by the Iranian master in a humanitarian efforts to rescue 73 fellow humans from the sea lasted for several hours and was completed with the favorable results. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Gracias a la República Islámica de Irán.
Thank you, Islamic Republic of Iran, for that information. That completes our consideration of item 12, and we'll now move on to item 7 on the consolidated version of the IMO Convention. There are 2 documents under this agenda item, and I'd like to invite the Secretary General to introduce C1347. Thank you, Chair. Council will recall that C133 agreed to postpone the approval of the draft Assembly resolution, including the consolidated text of the IMO Convention, to this session, with a view to adoption by the Assembly at its 34th session. Document C1347 contains in its annex the draft Assembly resolution and the text of the IMO Convention in the 6 official languages of the UN for the consideration of Council. Thank you.
Gracias, Secretario General. Me gustaría invitar ahora.
Thank you, Secretary General. And I'd now like to ask the United Arab Emirates to introduce C13471.
إن وفد الإمارات يؤيد النص.
Thank you, Chair. Our delegation supports the revised consolidated text of the Convention as set out in document C134/7. However, we are of the view that it is of utmost importance to address the issue raised in para 10 of the document C134/7/1 related to the need for clarity on how the 2021 amendments once they enter into force, would be included in the consolidated text of the Convention in the Arabic, Chinese, English, French, Russian, and Spanish languages. It is therefore proposed to include the text in para 12 for inclusion in the third operative para of the draft Assembly resolution set out in the annex of C 134/7. In addition, when preparing the consolidated text, once the 2021 amendments enter into force, the use of the correct Arabic translation for the word largest in Articles 7A and 17A and 17B, as set out in document C134/7, should be taken into account rather than the one used in the Arabic version of Resolution A 1152/32. Thank you, sir.
Muchas gracias a los Emiratos Árabes Unidos.
Thank you to the United Arab Emirates. Can I ask for any comments on both these documents which have been introduced? And in particular, Council is asked to approve the draft resolution which is set out in the annex to the document introduced by the Secretary-General, incorporating any appropriate modifications with a view to the Assembly's adoption at its 34th session. I see the delegation of the United States.
And good afternoon to all delegates. The United States thanks the Secretariat, especially the translation section, and all the member states who worked so diligently and collaboratively to finalize the consolidated text of the IMO Convention in all 6 of the IMO's official languages. It is critical to all member states that the text of the convention mean exactly the same thing in all 6 languages. And we applaud all those who work so hard to achieve that goal and support the adoption of the consolidated text in the document, I think 134/7. We also thank the Secretariat for the draft Council resolution adopting the consolidated text and the delegation from the United Arab Emirates for the proposed revisions to the draft resolution. These valuable revisions will make the proposed treatment of the 2021 amendments clear and correct a mistranslation into Arabic of the word largest in those amendments. Thank you, Chair.
Gracias a los Estados Unidos.
Thank you to the United States, the Saudi Arabia followed by China.
شكرا.
Thank you, Chair. Firstly, our thanks to Chile and Panama for their receptions yesterday. We thank also Malta and Indonesia for today. We should also like to congratulate the Bahamas for their National Day. As to the topic at hand, we would like to extend sincere thanks to the UAE, to the Secretariat as well for their efforts. We would like to make comments on document 134/7, and we would like to thank the Secretariat for the consolidated text. We agree with the proposed clarification and the corrections made on the Arabic text, especially in regards of the term largest in Articles 17A and 17B. And we support retaining this accurate wording in the final consolidated text. We also agree with the proposed clarification to the third operative paragraph of the draft resolution as suggested by the UAE. This would enhance the clarity and certainty of the text, And regarding the incorporation of the 2021 amendments adopted through Resolution A1152-32 into the Convention once they enter into force. In our view, this clarification will help avoid ambiguity and ensure a smooth transition to the updated Convention text, particularly with respect to the authenticity of the Arabic, Chinese, and Russian versions. Saudi Arabia supports the adoption of the revised consolidated text together with the UAE proposed amendment. Thank you, sir.
Gracias a Arabia Saudí. Delegación.
Thank you, Saudi Arabia. Delegation of China, followed by Peru.
感谢印度尼西。
Thank you, Chair. Would like to thank the Indonesia for their reception hosted. We also like to thank the UAE for submitting the document. Since the 129th session of the Council, we have had many constructive and fruitful exchanges with relevant member states and the Secretariat. In particular, over the past year, under the leadership and the coordination of the UAE delegation, consensus has been reached among parties. We support the Council's approval of the draft Assembly resolution as contained in the annex to document C134/7. We also support the amendment proposed by the UAE to the draft resolution. This will ensure that upon the entry into force of the 2021 amendments, the revised consolidated text in 6 languages will enter into force simultaneously. Thank you, Chair.
Gracias a China.
Thank you, China. Peru, followed by Egypt. Thank you, Chair. The delegation of Peru would like to thank Chile and Panama for the receptions yesterday and Malta for the coffee break. We'd like to express our agreement in general with the draft resolution, which has been submitted by or introduced by the Secretary General to adopt the consolidated text of the IMO Convention in the 6 languages of the organization. We believe that this is an important step towards an improved situation consensus on the text that we have now, a consolidated text which is accessible and fully updated. We much appreciate that the consolidated text spells out the use of the 6 languages and the fact that this will be handed on to the Secretary General of the United Nations as a depository, which will certainly assist with its use and legal support. This will contribute to the strengthening of multilingualism and the principle of equality of the official languages within the framework of the IMO system. And without prejudice to this, we welcome the proposal which has been made by the United Arab Emirates set out in C13471, seeking to deal with inclusion of future amendments once it comes into force. We believe that the proposal is viable and will contribute to providing greater legal certainty with regard to the process of consolidation of the text in the 6 languages, and we support that this be duly enshrined. Thank you.
Gracias a Perú, delegación de.
Thank you, Peru, the delegation of Egypt.
Thank you, Chair. At the outset, we would like to thank Malta for offering coffee today, and we thank Indonesia for the reception. Our delegation commends the Secretariat's efforts in preparing the consolidated text of the IMO Convention. We commend the fact that it has been issued in the 6 languages after agreement by the membership. We agree with the draft resolution, and we agree with the adoption of this resolution from the Assembly in the upcoming session this year. in respect of document C134/7/1, our delegation would like to sincerely thank the UAE for the document. We highlight the comments made therein on the consolidated text. And in that respect, we support the consolidated text, and we support the proposal seeking legal clarity and certainty when these amendments come into force. Thank you.
Delegación de...
Thank you. Qatar, please.
شكرا سيد الرئيس. أولا نود أن نشكر جميع الدول.
Thank you, Chair. Firstly, I would like to thank all of the states that have given us receptions yesterday and today. Chair, the delegation of Qatar supports document C134/7/1. This document submitted by the United Arab Emirates, a fraternal country, and we support the amendments which have been proposed to ensure there is legal clarity in this consolidated text of the IMO Convention. We believe that paragraph 12 in the operative text, which is subject to amendment, will allow us to spell out the legal steps which have to be respected. When the 2021 amendments enter into force, this will support the position of the working languages, including Arabic, which will then be deemed authentic as languages of the Convention. Thank you.
Muchas gracias a Qatar.
Thank you, Qatar. I now take requests for the floor from observers, starting with Thailand, to be followed by the Russian Federation.
Thank you, Chair. Thailand would like to express appreciation for Indonesia's lively lunch reception. This delegation supports the United Arab Emirates proposal to amend the draft Assembly resolution in the annex of document C134/7. This amendment aims to ensure clarity regarding the incorporation of the 2021 amendments into the consolidated text of the IMO Convention. By explicitly stating that the revised consolidated text, which incorporate the 2021 amendments, shall become the Convention upon their entry into force, the proposal addresses the current ambiguity on how these amendments would be included. This proactive clarification avoids potential future discrepancies and ensure that the authentic text in all 6 languages accurately reflect the conventions once the amendments are in force. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Thailand. Russian Federation, please go ahead. Thank you, Chair. And first and foremost, we would also like to thank Malta for the morning coffee break and Indonesia for the reception. As regards this issue, we thank the Secretariat for submitting document C134/7, which in the annex contains the draft Assembly resolution on the consolidated text of our IMO Convention in all 6 languages. We would also like to thank all who've worked on these texts in the Secretariat and among delegations of member states. We support this draft resolution, while at the same time supporting document 7/1 from the UAE and the proposals set forth in paragraphs 12 and 13 of that document. Thank you.
Muchas gracias a la...
Thank you, Russian Federation, and to all who have taken the floor in the consideration of these documents, in the light of which I take it that the Council notes the information provided in document C-134/7 and C-134/7/1. I also take it, secondly, that Council approves the draft Assembly resolution, including the consolidated text of the IMO Convention as set out in the annex, incorporating appropriate modifications as agreed in document C-134/7/1, with a view to adoption by the Assembly at its 34th session. And I take it that Council agrees that upon entry into force of the 2021 amendments to the IMO Convention, the correct wording for largest in Articles 17A and B of the Arabic text shall be applied to the revised consolidated text. If there's no objection, it is so decided. I would like to express my sincerest appreciation to all member states that have contributed to the successful finalization of the draft consolidated text of the IMO Convention, and I avail myself of this opportunity to encourage those member states that have not yet done so to accept the 2021 amendments to the Convention in order that it may enter into force in a timely manner. And the Secretary-General reminds me that there are 85 ratifications still needed, so I reiterate that invitation to do so as soon as possible. And that brings us to the end of item 7 of the agenda, and we move on to item 4B on the Joint Inspection Unit, Internal Oversight and Ethics. Can I invite the Secretary-General to introduce this document, C-134/4B. Thank you, Chair. The first section of this document introduces the report on internal oversight and ethics activities for 2024, which is presented in Annex 1. Following established practice at the IMO since 2014, the report will be published on the IMO website after this Council session. In 2024, the Internal Oversight and Ethics Office addressed important strategic matters, such as those related to partnerships and projects in the area of the marine environment, gender equality and empowerment of women, within the context of the external work of the IMO Secretariat, as well as an assessment of the IMO risk management framework. Ethics advisory services have continued to increase, as well as active participation in the United Nations network activities on audit, evaluation, and investigation. The second section discusses an updated multi-year strategic plan, and the third section details the IOEO risk-based flexible work plan for 2025. The fourth section discusses the JIU reports, management letters and recommendations received since the last session of Council. The details of the reports and issued recommendations are available for you to consult on the JIU website, the link of which is provided in paragraph 13. Among the 4 reports we received, there were 15 recommendations, of which 11 were relevant to the IMO. The details of the recommendations issued to the IMO Council, as well as the Secretary-General's corresponding notes, are in Annex 2 for consideration by the Council. The next section shows the summary status of acceptance and implementation of JIU recommendations issued in the last 10 years. The Internal Oversight and Ethics Office will coordinate with the relevant divisions in the Secretariat to facilitate and further improve implementation of accepted recommendations in the second half of 2025. The final section shows the 2025 JIU Programme of Work for your information. Thank you.
Gracias.
Thank you, Secretary-General, and I invite Council members to comment on the document just introduced, as well as the actions requested of Council in paragraph 17. The floor is open.
No habiendo comentarios.
As there are no comments, I take it that the Council notes the 2024 Internal Oversight and Ethics Annual Activity Report as presented in Annex 1. Also notes the summaries of the IOEO Strategic Plan and its Annual Work Plan for 2025. And Council agrees with the action plan of the Secretary-General as presented in the Secretary-General's notes column in Annex 2 with regard to the JIU recommendations addressed to the Council. If there are no objections, it is so decided, and that brings us to the end of sub-item 4B. And I invite you to take up item 9 of the agenda on the enhancement of GMDSS, and I would like to invite the Secretary-General to introduce document C-134/9 and to provide any additional information. Thank you very much. I've highlighted my commitment to improving data-driven decision-making at the IMO and the enhancement of tools in support of that process. In this regard, I'd like to report that on the 15th of February of this year, the contract for review and upgrade of GMDSS awarded to DXC Technologies was completed. The preliminary contract involved an assessment of the data management needs and the current data management systems, as well as the development of technical specifications and a data management enhancement plan. Under the supervision of my office, DXC conducted interviews with Secretariat staff responsible for the different modules and a number of member states to identify the needs, utilization and issues encountered using GMDSS. Following an analysis of the outcome of these interviews and the resources required to implement the technical and functional specifications for an enhanced GMDSS, the modernization of GMDSS will commence in 2 stages. The first stage of the project involves the development of a new analytical data model integrated with Power BI or equivalent technology, while the second stage involves modernizing and standardizing the user interface, enhancing data entry via Excel bulk uploads, and ensuring a consistent user experience across all modules. These 2 stages will ensure that GMDSS aligns with user needs, leverages new technologies, and supports the development of future modules. The remaining funds from the Voyage Together Trust Fund have been committed to the second phase of the project, and appreciation is extended to the Republic of Korea for supporting this very important project. However, it's quite likely that additional funds will be required to complete the project. The implementation of the second phase of the GMDSS upgrade project is expected to commence at the end of the year, subject to the availability of the necessary human and financial resources. In addition to those financial resources, the project requires additional human resource support, and so a job description for a senior professional officer has been advertised, an SBO post, to support the project. And I wish to encourage the Secretary-General mispronouncing the word for encourage in Spanish. It's a Thursday, says the SG. The member states are encouraged to consider putting forward candidates for this SBO position to support the effective implementation of the project. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Secretary-General. I think we're going to have to take a little more care of you, and particularly when it comes to introducing documents. Thank you for introducing this information, and I would now like to open the floor for comments from Council members on the document introduced by the Secretary-General.
Delegación de Filipinas.
Delegation of the Philippines.
Thank you, Chair. We thank Malta for the reception, for the morning coffee break, and Indonesia for the lunch reception. The Philippines extend its appreciation to the Secretary-General for the comprehensive update on GC's review and data management project, as presented in document C-134-9. This initiative is a critical step towards modernizing the IMO's data infrastructure, and we commend the Secretariat for its diligent work in this regard. We are particularly pleased with the methodical approach taken during Phase 1 of the GMDSS review, and strongly support the proposed enhancement plan for Phases 2 and 3. These advancements will be invaluable for Member States in analyzing maritime data more effectively and would facilitate better decision-making and policy development. Further, we welcome the planned modernization and standardization of the user interface as a direct response to challenges encountered in reporting processes and data management. It will simplify data entry for Member States, reducing administrative burdens, and ensure a more user-friendly experience across all modules. The Philippines acknowledges and thanks the Republic of Korea, which has committed essential funds for the second phase of this project. Finally, Chair, the enhancement of GMDSS is a strategic investment that will significantly improve the IMO's ability to collect, manage, and disseminate critical maritime information. This modernization will strengthen our reporting processes, improve data quality, and ultimately contribute to the more effective implementation of the IMO instruments globally. Philippines thus fully supports the actions requested of the Council in paragraph 15 of the document. Thank you, Chair.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you. Philippines. Cyprus, to be followed by Egypt.
Thank you, Chair, for giving us the floor. We would like to express our sincere appreciation to the Secretary General and the Secretariat for the successful completion of the first phase of the GISIS review and enhancement project. The comprehensive assessment of data management needs and the development of a forward-looking technical specification reflect a commendable commitment to modernizing the organization's digital infrastructure. The collaborative approach taken, engaging Secretariat staff and Member States, has ensured that the proposed improvements are both practical and responsive to user needs. Looking ahead, we are particularly enthusiastic about the planned upgrades to the user interface and the introduction of bulk data upload capabilities. These enhancements will significantly improve the efficiency and accessibility of GISIS, especially for users managing large volumes of data. The integration of modern tools such as Power BI and the development of a more intuitive, standardized interface will not only streamline reporting processes, but also empower users with better data visualization and analysis capabilities. We look forward to experiencing these improvements and to the continued progress of this very important initiative. Thank you, Chair.
Muchas gracias, Hachip.
Thank you, Cyprus. Egypt, to be followed by Italy.
شكرا سيد الرئيس. نتقدم بالشكر إلى السكرتير.
Thank you, Chair. We would like to thank the Secretary General and the Secretariat for this document C-134/9. It's a document which highlights the progress which has been made in the context of the GISIS upgrade and review project. This is one of the vital steps for enhancing transparency and exchange of information among member states. Egypt welcomes the progress made during the first phase of this project. In particular, the evaluation of functional needs and the assessment of the current system. We also welcome the efforts made on the data management plan, which has taken into account the comments and suggestions of member states. Egypt is very conscious of the importance of this platform for supporting the commitments of member states with respect to reporting and implementation of international conventions. We stress that it's very important to provide practical training as well as assistance tools once the updated version of the system has been completed, in order to ensure that the users of the system can adapt to the new situation in the national maritime administrations. Thank you.
Gracias.
Thank you, Egypt. Italy, to be followed by Turkey.
Thank you, Chair. We thank the Secretary General for the comprehensive update provided in document C-134/9 on the review and enhancement of the Global Integrated Shipping Information System. We welcome the progress made under Phase 1, particularly the thorough needs assessment and development of a detailed technical specification. And we commend the collaborative approach taken, including consultation with both the Secretariat and Member States. We express our full support for the continued implementation of the project as outlined in Phase 2 and 3, including the development of a new analytic data model integrated with enhanced visualization tools, the modernization of the user interface and data entry process to ensure usability and efficiency, and ensurance that GISIS remain fully operational during the transition. We further note the importance of having adequate human resources in place and support the needs for the recruitment of a senior professional office to assist in the management of this critical project. We echo the call to Member States to actively consider secondments or qualified application for this position. In conclusion, we fully support all the action requests in paragraph 15 of the document and look forward to the report on further progress at the next section of the Council. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Italy. Turkey, please.
We thank Malta for coffee break and Indonesia for reception, and we congratulate Bahamas on their National Day. We thank the Secretary General and Secretariat for the comprehensive update on the ongoing review and upgrade of the GISIS, as outlined in document C134/9. We would also like to express our sincere appreciation to the Republic of Korea for its continued support and generous funding through the Voyage Together Trust Fund. Turkey welcomes the structured two-stage approach to modernize GISIS, which promises to enhance the organization's data management capabilities and user experience. The development of a new analytical data model integrated with Power BI or its equivalent is a critical step for efficient use of the data for reaching data-driven organization. By enabling advanced data extraction, visualization, and alert functionalities, this upgrade will significantly improve operational efficiency, transparency, and responsiveness. The integration of business intelligence tools is not only a technical improvement, but a strategic investment in the organization's ability to derive meaningful insights from complex datasets. The addition of search capabilities, dashboards, alerts, and user-friendly data entry processes will empower both Secretariat and Member States to make better informed decisions. We also highlight the importance of modernizing the user interface using contemporary technologies such as Angular. This will reduce reliance on IT resources for written updates and allow functional teams to implement small modifications independently. To maintain long-term relevance and functionality, we believe the system should be regularly updated in line with technological developments in the years ahead. A key user and beneficiary of the GISIS, we also believe that all interested Member States should be involved all stages of this project. Thank you.
Muchas gracias a Turquía.
Thank you, Turkey. I now move on to the observer requests, the Democratic People's Republic of Korea, to be followed by Argentina.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, distinguished delegates. This delegation would like to thank the Secretariat for the submission of the document and to take this opportunity to re-emphasize the important responsibilities in its functional role to avoid the unauthorized and unverified data transfers and uploads to the system. Council may recall that the issue of uploading the unauthorized and fabricated data related to DPRK naval ships, including submarines, to GISIS, had been flagged during the 133rd session of this Council, with the expectation that further discussion to prevent recurrence of such incident would take place in this session, but we, with deep regret, do not see any document submitted. In spite of obligation of flag states to monitor the GSIS regularly and to forward any inconsistencies to the IMO Secretariat, we have in mind that the establishment of technical and mechanical measures to ensure prevention of unauthorized uploads to the GSIS is crucial. Finally, this delegation would like the IMO Secretariat to bear this issue as a matter of consequence and to continue its hard work to enhance the GSIS. Thank you, Chair.
Muchas gracias a la...
Thank you, DPRK. Delegation of Argentina, please. Thank you, Chair. The delegation of Argentina would like to thank the Secretariat and the Republic of Korea for its financial contribution to the GSIS update. We support the action points in the document in paragraph 15, while also suggesting some technical observations on GSIS. We will not make them now for the sake of time. We can transmit them to the Secretary in due course, but we are in principle in support of a new analytical module for better analysis of information and the modernization of the user interface, which guarantees coherent user experience in all modules. Here we should not lose sight of the strong points in GSIS, and we have the opinion that changes should address actual problems while not creating greater obstacles. Thank you.
Muchas gracias a la...
Thank you, Delegation of Argentina. I'm going to ask the Secretary General to address some of the questions which have been raised. Secretary General, please. Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the delegations for your comments. As regards the comment from the distinguished delegation of Egypt, indeed, I already confirmed this during the Technical Cooperation Committee meeting, and the GSIS modernization process will also involve training modules for implementation, and will also include this in the future activities in the area of technical cooperation. In response to the delegation of Turkey and Argentina, we contacted a number of member states. Some responded, others did not. But of course, as we go ahead with the process, we shall keep the membership abreast of progress through informal briefings, as we did at the start of this project. And then as regards the point raised by the Democratic People's Republic of Korea, indeed, the issue regarding your concerns raised at the previous council was the very reason why we discussed item 10 on the agenda for the IMO number scheme and identification number, in order, at least partially, to address the situation which you commented upon. And this is not exclusive to the GSIS system, which will continue improving, but it's also part and parcel of all the decisions we already took under agenda item 10. Thank you.
Gracias.
Thank you, Secretary General, for those additional comments. I take it that the Council notes the information provided in document C-134/9, as well as the information provided verbally by the Secretary General. Also notes the need for the support of a senior professional officer to enable the Secretariat to manage this project. And lastly, Council also notes that the Secretary General will present a report on the progress made to the next Council session. And if there's no objection, it is so decided. That brings us to the end of item 9 of the agenda, and it's coming up to the tea break. So I'd like to give the floor to the distinguished delegation of the Philippines to provide us with an announcement about what's about to happen. Philippines.
Thank you, Chair. We cordially invite everyone to enjoy a cup of coffee and light refreshments at the delegation lounge. Take a short break with us and experience a sweet taste of all of the Philippines. We hope our world-famous dried mangoes will be a delightful treat for all the delegates. We look forward to welcoming you. Thank you.
Gracias, Filipina.
Thank you, Philippines. We come back at 4:30.
Buenas tardes a todas las delegaciones.
Good afternoon, everyone, and we'd like to thank Philippines for offering the coffee or tea break. And I draw Council's attention to agenda item 14. Could I just ask you all to take your seats?
Como les decía,
As I was saying, we will now turn to the report of the Facilitation Committee, which is contained in C13414, which reports on the outcome of the Facilitation Committee at its 49th session. I'd like to ask the Secretary General to introduce the report and make any opportune remarks. Thank you, sir. The report of the 49th session of the Facilitation Committee has been issued as documents FAL 4922 and Add 1 and is summarized in C13414. FAL 49 was the first committee to approve the revised rules of procedure of the committee, and the decisions made by FAL in this regard were useful for other committees. The committee also approved amendments to its method of work. And finally, I'd like to thank the committee's chair, Mr. Wachara Chimanokulkit of Thailand, for chairing the committee successfully. And I'd also like to express my thanks to the vice chair, Mr. Mohammed Al-Kabi of the United Arab Emirates, for his support to the committee, as well as for chairing a working group during the session. I'd also like to recognise the hard-working and committed staff of the Maritime Safety Division. Thank you.
muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Secretary General. I'm going to also try to abbreviate my own intervention. I would remind Council that there are two issues in the FAL 49 report which have already been considered by Council and for which we've taken decisions. That is IMO's membership of the Contact Committee and also Article 40 of the Rules of Procedure. And therefore, I now invite Council to address or to make any general comments with regard to the 49th session of the FAL Facilitation Committee.
De no haber observaciones.
Seeing no comments, I now invite Council to address the actions requested of it by the Facilitation Committee as set out in paragraph 23 of C13414. However, as most of the action items concern requests for the Council to note information on decisions or progress made on relevant agenda items, I would suggest that we take due note of them all. With regard to the action items in paragraph 23, I take it that Council endorses the new outputs approved by the committee for the 26-27 biennium, endorses the outputs approved by the committee for the 26-27 biennium, and endorses the intersessional meetings of the EGDH approved by the committee for 2026. If there's no objection, it is so decided. And I now propose that Council approves the report of the 49th session of the Facilitation Committee in general and transmits it with its comments and recommendations to the Assembly at its 34th session in accordance with Article 21B of the IMO Convention. It is so decided. And so, welcome to Thursday agenda. And it is Thursday, so we have to celebrate that. Barbecue, perhaps. So we're moving on to agenda item 15. The report of the Legal Committee, set out in C 134/15, which reports on the outcome of the Legal Committee at its 1/12th session. Secretary General, you have the floor. Thank you. The full report of the 112th session of the Legal Committee has been published, issued as documents leg 11216 and add 1 and is summarised in C 13415. Among the important achievements of the committee during this session is the adoption of the guidelines on fair treatment of seafarers detained in connection with alleged crimes. In furtherance of its commitment in addressing the fraudulent registration and fraudulent registries of ships, the committee also approved 2 new outputs on the development of guidelines or best practices on the registration of ships and on the conduct of a regulatory scoping exercise to review IMO conventions and other tools available to member states with the aim of developing measures to prevent unlawful operations, including substandard shipping. Complementing the committee's work overall on matters within its purview under the legal framework for ocean governance, the committee also approved a new output on measures to address maritime security threats. I'd like to thank the committee's chair, Mr. Diego Ramirez of Marshall Islands, for steering the work of the committee successfully at Leg 112, and the vice chair, Ms. Lydia Markari Kyriakou of Cyprus, for her support to the committee during the session. And I'd also like to recognise the hard work and commitment of the staff of the Legal Affairs and External Relations Division. Thank you, Chair.
Gracias, Secretario General.
Thank you, Secretary General. Council is now invited to comment in general on the report of the 112th session of the committee and the statements just made by the Secretary General, and in particular the specific action points as set out in paragraph 20 of the document 13415. You have the floor.
Considero que le doy la palabra a Chipre.
I'll give the floor to Cyprus.
Thank you, Chair. We thank the Secretariat for document Council 13415 and for the information provided. We endorse the actions requested under paragraph 20.2, including the legal committee's 4 new outputs on development of guidelines or best practices on the registration of ships, regulatory scoping exercise of IMO conventions and other instruments available for member states to further develop actions to prevent unlawful operations, including substandard ships, suitability of IMO liability and compensation regimes with respect to alternative fuels, and measures to address maritime security threats. We also approve in general the report of 112th session of the legal committee, and we agree with the report being transmitted with any comments and recommendations thereon to the 34th session of the Assembly. Finally, we wish to congratulate the new elected officers of the Legal Committee, and we sincerely thank the previous chair and vice chair of the committee, Mrs. Grant of Canada and Mrs. Abashide of Georgia, for their valuable work. Thank you, Chair.
Muchas gracias a Chip.
Thank you, Cyprus. Delegation of Ghana.
Thank you, Chair. The delegation of Ghana commends the Legal Committee for the enormous work that has been done, touching on many issues, but particularly concerns over seafarers. Ghana acknowledges the increasing incidence of criminalization of seafarers, often without due process, and an act that undermines their fundamental human rights, as well as threaten the integrity of global shipping. Chair, the 310 reported abandonment cases in 2024 affecting over 3,100 seafarers is a very painful thing that undermines the fragility of our maritime commerce and our industry generally. The Republic of Ghana affirms and reaffirms its commitment to the protection of seafarers' rights and welfare and to the implementation of Maritime Labour Convention in both its letter and spirit. We believe that ensuring the fair treatment of seafarers, especially during legal processes and interventions, preventing and responding promptly to abandonment of cases, and strengthening the institutional capacity of states to coordinate and ensure the safety of seafarers is very key. We commend the work that has been done so far, and we call on all states to respect the dignity and respect of seafarers. Thank you, Chair.
Muchas gracias a Ghana.
Thank you, Ghana. Having heard those comments, I take it that Council 1 notes the information set out in document C13415 on the outcome of the 112th session of the Legal Committee. 2, endorses the committee's 4 new outputs on development of guidelines or best practices on the registration of ships, regulatory scoping exercise of IMO conventions and other instruments available for member states to further develop actions to prevent unlawful operations, including substandard ships. Suitability of IMO liability and compensation regimes with respect to new alternative fuels, and measures to address maritime security threats. Council also to endorse the decisions on the status of outputs for 2024-2025 biennium, the committee's post-biennial agenda, the planned agenda for the 113th session of the committee, and the committee's decision that leg 113 should be held over 5 meeting days with 8 full sessions of interpretation. And thirdly and finally, notes in particular the committee's approval of revised rules of procedure in line with the Council's ongoing initiative of harmonising the rules of procedure across all organs of the organisation. Therefore, I take it that Council approves the report of the 112th session of the Legal Committee in general, and in accordance with Article 21B of the IMO Convention, transmits it with any comments and recommendations to the 34th session of the Assembly. If there are no objections, it is so decided.
Con ello finalizamos el punto.
That completes our consideration of item 15 of the agenda, and we will move on to item 16. Item 16, the report of the Technical Cooperation Committee. C13418 contains the outcome of the 75th session of the Technical Cooperation Committee, and I'd like to invite the Secretary General to introduce the report and make any relevant comments. Thank you, Chair. The draft report of the 75th session of the Technical Cooperation Committee has been issued as document TC 75WP1 Rev 1 and is summarised in document C13416. The report provides a summary of major decisions and actions taken by the committee that are relevant to or require action of the Council. Of the substantial matters considered and the work carried out by the committee, I would like to emphasise the approval of the draft Assembly resolution on the capacity development strategy for submission to A34, Assembly 34, with a view to adoption, which marks a key step forward towards a more coherent framework to support effective implementation of IMO's regulatory framework, thus addressing the needs of Member States and achieving the sustainable development goals that contribute to global maritime development. The committee approved the proposed ITCP and Technical Cooperation Fund allocation for 2026 and 2027 with a revised programme structure of 11 thematic programmes to better align all of IMO's capacity development efforts under a unified technical cooperation strategic framework, while at the same time highlighting that the results of the IMO member state audit scheme audits are an essential component in the planning of technical cooperation activities. And finally, I'd like to thank the committee's chair, His Excellency Mr. Dwight Gardner of Antigua and Barbuda, for chairing the committee successfully. And I also thank the Vice Chair, Ms. Anais Berrocal of Panama, for her active support to the committee, as well as for chairing the working group on the capacity development strategy. And I'd like to express my gratitude to the hard-working and committed staff in the Technical Cooperation and Implementation Division. Thank you.
Gracias, Secretario General.
Thank you, Secretary General. And I now invite Council to comment in general on the report of the 75th session of the Technical Cooperation Committee. and in particular on the actions requested of the Council as set out in paragraph 46 of 13416, just presented by the Secretary-General.
De no haber comentarios.
Seeing no comments, I now invite Council to address the actions requested of it as set out, as I said, in paragraph 46. As most of the action items concern requests for Council to note information on decisions or progress made on relevant agenda items of the committee, I would suggest that given the lack of time and subject to your agreement, we take due note of all of them and consider only actions contained in paragraphs 46.2 and 46.6 of the report. With regard to the action item in 46.2 of 13416, I take it that Council endorses the approval of the allocation and use of £11.3 million from the Technical Cooperation Fund to support the delivery of the ITCP during 2026-2027. With regard to the action item in 46.6 of the document, I take it that Council endorses the approval of the revised outputs of all items on the committee's provisional agenda. If there's no objection, it's so decided. With that, I now propose that Council approves the report of the 75th session of the Technical Cooperation Committee in general and transmits it with its comments and recommendations to the Assembly at its 34th session in accordance with Article 21B of the IMO Convention. It is so decided. So we now move on to item 17. The report of the consultative meeting of contracting parties to the London Convention 72 and the meeting of contracting parties to the 1996 protocol to the London Convention. We do have with us the chair of the governing bodies of the LCLP, Mr. Shakir El Aissaoui of Morocco, who is ready to provide any additional clarifications if required. And I'd now like to invite the Secretary-General to introduce the report. Very briefly, so 13417. Thank you, Chair. Briefly, in document C13417, we will find the outcome of the 46th consultative meeting of contracting parties to the London Convention and the 19th meeting of contracting parties to the London Protocol. Allow me to thank those for the work done in the framework of the Convention and Protocol, also including the Chair and officers, and the chairs and participants of all the subsidiary bodies and working groups for their hard work and their commitment to achieving the objectives of these two instruments. And I'd also like to recognise the work and commitment of the staff of the Marine Environment Division. Thank you, Chair.
Muchas gracias a usted, Secretario General.
Thank you, Secretary-General. I would now invite Council to comment in general on the report.
dado que no se ha solicitado ninguna medida concreta.
Since there are no specific actions requested of Council, I suggest that we take due note of the information provided. If there's no objection, it is so decided.
Pasamos pasamos a considerar ahora.
We will now move on to agenda item 18, Global Maritime Training Institutions, and specifically 18A, World Maritime University. Under this, I'd now invite Council's attention to C13418A, reporting on key elements of WMU's operations in 2024. And I'd like to invite the President of the WMU, Professor Max Mejia, to address Council.
The World Maritime University was founded in 1983 by the IMO in recognition of the vital need to establish an international center of excellence for the advancement of postgraduate maritime education, research and study, including capacity development in particular for developing countries. WMU's annual report for 2024 can be found on the WMU website. Among the information provided in the report is information on governance and leadership, students, alumni programs, research, executive and professional education, international conferences and other events, international collaboration, publications, human resources, contributions to the UN 2030 Sustainable Development Agenda, fellowship donors, donations, field studies, facilities, and finances. As of 31 December 2024, WMU had 387 active students in various programs offered by the university, 6,342 alumni from 171 countries and territories, 48 active research and consultancy projects, and over 90 partnership agreements. Furthermore, in 2024, WMU organized or co-organized 25 international events. That is to say, on average, one international event every other week. I am unable to introduce all these WMU activities during this short intervention. I'd like to encourage distinguished delegates to please visit the WMU website for further details. The university continues to benefit from our donors and partners who contribute to our operational budget, student fellowships, and field study opportunities. Thanks in particular are due to the government of Sweden and the city of Malmö for hosting the university and providing all the premises and facilities necessary for efficiently running our academic programs. In this regard, I would like to appeal to the members of the IMO Council to consider providing financial support to the university. Your contributions are essential for strengthening the university's sustainability and providing valuable opportunities for nationals from developing countries. Furthermore, member states can benefit in very concrete ways. WMU can provide your staff with postgraduate education. WMU can train your staff in a wide range of subjects, and WMU can provide research and consultancy services, among many others. We are open, distinguished delegates, to discussing any feasible initiative or activity. To conclude, Chair, I would like to inform the Council also about one recent decision of the WMU Board of Governors. At its 43rd session in May, the Board supported awarding the title of WMU Chancellor Emeritus to Dr. Koji Sekimizu, who served as WMU Chancellor from 2012 to 2015, and Dr. Kitak Lim, who served as WMU Chancellor from 2016 to 2023. The Board also supported awarding the title of President Emerita to Dr. Cleopatra Doumbia Henry, who served as WMU President from 2015 to 2023. Thank you, Chair.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Mr. Mejia, for the information provided to Council and also for informing us of the awarding of the honorary title of World Maritime University Chancellor Emeriti to Koji Sekimizu and Kitak Lim, and the honorary title of a World Maritime University President Emerita to Cleopatra Doumbia Henry. Distinguished delegates, the floor is open for comments.
Delegación de Perú, seguida de Filipinas.
Peru to be followed by the Philippines.
Gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you, Chair. The delegation of Peru is grateful for the document and commends the work being carried out by the World Maritime University, and we would encourage other member states to keep in mind the need to support maritime education as a strategic priority. And we have a new lecturer at the WMU, and Capitan Villacostas is a member of the Board of Governors of this important training centre. Specialised academic training at the WMU has, in particular, enhanced the technical and regulatory capacity of our officials, strengthening and expanding our active participation in multilateral fora, working groups for specialised nature, and international negotiations. As a result, we think it is important to keep promoting professional fellowships in the maritime sector, as well as continuing to support expansion of academic programs, taking into account that fostering equality of opportunity in maritime education and the new needs of the sector, particularly in the light of the challenges of digitalization, automation, and energy transition, is particularly beneficial to the member states. Thank you.
Gracias a Perú.
Thank you, Peru. Philippines to be followed by Norway.
Secretary General for document C-134/18A. The Philippines is grateful to the International Maritime Organization and the World Maritime University for the capacity building opportunities provided to the Philippines, particularly to government officers in the maritime sector. The current president of WMU, Dr. Max Mejia, Marina Administrator Ms. Sonia Malaluan, and other officers holding key positions in various government agencies are proud alumni of the university. Their influence on the development of the maritime industry in the Philippines has been evident. Furthermore, the Philippines, through the Philippine Coast Guard, sponsors a student to the World Maritime University every academic year. The Maritime Industry Authority has also sponsored the allowance and accommodations of WMU students during their field study in the Philippines. Lastly, we thank the government of Sweden and other donors for the continued support to the capacity building initiatives of the IMO through the WMU. Thank you, Chair.
Muchas gracias a Filipinas.
Thank you, Philippines. Norway to be followed by Jamaica.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon to all. Firstly, we would like to thank all that have provided us with refreshments today and also wonderful receptions yesterday. As shown in the annual report for 2024, the WMU continues to show its excellent academic results and extensive academic research. For this, we would like to applaud the university, President Max Mejia, and his staff as well as the students. We also want to take this opportunity to share our appreciation to the WMU for its extensive cooperation with the IMO and for the tasks carried out for this organization. This provides the IMO committees and delegations with valuable input and facilitates the implementation of important technical development projects. I would here especially like to mention the development of the e-learning courses that was done together with the IMO and experts, which has contributed immensely to reaching a wider crowd and facilitating learning for many not able to travel for training. I had the pleasure of meeting with WMU students recently, and as from previous conversation with WMU students, it's always evident that the university provides a student with an exceptional platform of learning, in addition to a thriving student life and activities. Chair, we would like to end by sharing our sincere appreciation to the Government of Sweden and the City of Malmö for their continuous support to WMU and to all donors contributing with both fellowships and other funding. Thank you.
Delegación de Jamaica.
Jamaica to be followed by Canada.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon. We'd like to thank Chile, Panama, Malta, Indonesia, and the Philippines for their receptions and coffee breaks. Happy Independence Day to our Caribbean colleagues from the Bahamas. Chair, we want to join other delegations in commending the work of the WMU and the important role it is playing in supporting the work of the IMO and building capacity in developing countries and small island developing states, including those in the Caribbean region. We thank the government of Sweden for hosting the university and encourage donors to continue to support the important work of the university. Thank you.
Muchas gracias a la delegación de Jamaica.
Thank you, Jamaica. Canada to be followed by Indonesia.
Thank you, Chair. We thank the World Maritime University for this report and note the significant achievements of the organization throughout 2024. Canada is proud to have a strong relationship with the World Maritime University, to fund the Canadian Chair in Marine Environmental Protection, and to have the head of our Maritime Safety Administration serving on the Board of Governors. We were also very pleased to see recently a boardroom dedicated to former Canadian IMO Secretary General William O'Neill in recognition of his contributions to the work of the institution and the IMO. We would encourage support for this maritime institution as they contribute to the professional development of the maritime sector. Thank you, Chair.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you. Indonesia to be followed by Saudi Arabia.
Thank you, Chair. Indonesia would like to thank the Philippines for the beautiful coffee break this afternoon. The delegation of Indonesia would like to express its appreciation to the Secretary General and the World Maritime University for the comprehensive report presented in document C-134/18A and for the continued contribution of WMU to global maritime education and capacity building. We commend the university efforts in expanding its academic and training programs to meet the evolving needs of the maritime sector, including its work on e-learning, ocean governance, maritime safety, and sustainability. Indonesia particularly values the university role in supporting developing countries through scholarship, research collaboration, and executive education. We also welcome the university's strong financial performance in 2024 and express our appreciation for the continued generous support from the government of Sweden and all contributing donors. Thank you, Chair.
Muchas gracias a Indonesia.
Thank you. Indonesia, Saudi Arabia, please.
تفضلوا. Thank you, Chair. We would like to thank the Philippines for hosting us this afternoon and for offering coffee. We welcome the information in C134/18, the annual report of the WMU. The WMU continues to offer very valuable capabilities due to the importance of the WMU. We have hosted important personalities, Mr. Max from the WMU in Saudi Arabia, to consider cooperation opportunities. In that regard, we would like to extend our thanks to Sweden for hosting the university. We thank Professor Mahia and all the staff of the WMU, and we stress the importance to support the university with every possible way of support available. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Saudi Arabia. And we now take requests for the floor from observer states. Belgium to be followed by Thailand.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Chair. Belgium is firmly committed to supporting the development of maritime education and the bolstering of global maritime governance. With this in mind, I'm pleased to announce that Belgium pledges to pay €45,000 to the World Maritime University and €45,000 to the International Maritime Law Institute. Thank you.
Gracias.
Thank you, Belgium. Thailand, to be followed by Ghana.
Thank you, Chair. Happy Independence Day to the Bahamas. We also like to extend our gratitude for the Philippines. Pleasant afternoon refreshment. The delegation of Thailand thanks to the Secretary General for submitting the document C134/18A, reporting on key elements of the WMU work during 2024, including its financial performance. Thailand, as one of the donor countries which has provided an annual financial contribution and in-kind support to the WMU since 1993, also wishes to express our sincere appreciation to the government of Sweden and all donors for their generous financial and in-kind contributions to the WMU. These contributions are vital to the university's continued success in advancing maritime education and research worldwide. Thailand is particularly pleased to announce that a representative from our Marine Department has received a scholarship in Ocean Sustainability, Governance and Management specialization from the university this year. It is our sincere hope that the WMU will continue its crucial work in producing high-quality personnel for the global maritime sector. Thank you.
Gracias, Thailand.
Thank you, Thailand. Ghana, to be followed by the Cook Islands.
Chair, we first join others in thanking the various countries that have provided coffee breaks for us today and even yesterday. Chair, we join others in acknowledging the tremendous training capacity and quality that is produced by the World Maritime University. As a host of a regional training center, the Regional Maritime University Ghana, we understand the value of such institutions that promote diversity of learning and shared experiences for the progress of our maritime industry. Chair, as the needs of our maritime industry expand, we count on continued support for institutions such as WMU, and also that they may be able to partner with some regional institutions that also provide training. Chair, the WMU has provided scholarship through donors to many Ghanaians that have studied, including even this year. We request continued support to the WMU so that they can continue to provide the capacity that is needed for our current and future maritime industry. Chair, at a very personal level, I often refer to Prof. Max as a mentor because our careers are very, very similar. Thank you, Chair.
Muchas gracias, Ghana.
Thank you, Ghana. The Cook Islands to be followed by South Africa.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to thank President Max Mahia for his introduction of his report, and more so for the extraordinary efforts he's put in since taking over as president. This together with his team, and it would be remiss of me not to acknowledge this. I think, as you know, I'm a board member, a governor of the university. We've had discussion today about the MEPC extraordinary session and our hopes, of course, for the approval of the Marple amendments. Let's just make it the council a matter of record that we would not have been in this position had it not been for the extraordinary efforts of the WMU team in fulfilling task 1 of the comprehensive impact assessment. So thank you, Max, and thank you for your team. Without you, we would not be in the position we're going to end up in October. I think also because we've had discussion this week about various other agencies, not the least that of the oceans. And I think that we'd just like to acknowledge the way the Global Ocean Institute as WMU is progressing and the important work it's been doing. So thank you once again.
Thank you, Cook Islands. South Africa to be followed by Nigeria.
Thank you, Chair, and a very good afternoon to all. South Africa welcomes and supports the report of the World Maritime University and commends the President of the University, Professor Max Meyer, for his leadership. We particularly note the university's continued commitment to delivering high-quality maritime education, research, and capacity building aligned with the strategic direction of the IMO. The report underscores the university's relevance as a global center of excellence in the maritime and ocean education. We express our deep appreciation to the government of Sweden, the host country, for its enduring and generous support, and to all other donors who have provided both financial and in-kind contributions to the university. Such commitment remains vital for the university's sustainability and the advancement of maritime knowledge globally. We echo the calls for member states to take the necessary legislative steps to formally recognize WMU degrees within their national frameworks. This recognition is critical for enhancing the global value and acceptance of WMU qualifications, and we urge states to keep the organization and the university informed of progress in this regard. Finally, Chair, we strongly encourage continued support for the university by member states, IGOs, NGOs, and industry stakeholders. South Africa commits to continued award of scholarships to young South Africans to pursue their postgraduate studies at the university. Thank you, Chair.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you, South Africa. Nigeria, please.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon to you all. Nigeria commends the World Maritime University and Professor Max Meyer for the continued excellence in maritime education, research, and capacity building, particularly in support of developing countries. We welcome the comprehensive 2024 annual report and note with satisfaction the university's robust financial performance, which reflects sound management and increasing global recognition of WMU's strategic role in shaping future maritime leaders. Nigeria acknowledges the World Maritime University's effort to expand distance learning, e-learning, and research into ocean governance and sustainability, initiatives that are vital for building resilient maritime sectors across Africa and beyond. We also appreciate the university's contribution towards the achievement of the UN 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, particularly SDG 14, which aligns with Nigeria's Blue Economy strategy. Furthermore, Nigeria strongly supports the call for enhanced recognition of the WMU degrees under national legislation and urge fellow member states to prioritize this as a measure to strengthen the global maritime education framework. We express sincere appreciation to the government of Sweden and other partners whose continued financial and in-kind support ensures sustainability for WMU. In this regard, Nigeria underscores the importance of equitable access to WMU programs and urge donor countries and institutions to expand scholarship opportunities, especially for candidates from least developed states and small island states. We reaffirm Nigeria's commitment to supporting WMU and encourage increased collaboration between university and regional maritime institutions across Africa to enhance knowledge transfer and practical capacity development. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Muchas gracias, Sani.
Thank you, Nigeria. And to all delegations who have taken the floor, I take it that the Council takes note of the report on key elements of the 2024 work of the University and the financial performance as presented in this document and the Annual Report 2024. Secondly, expresses its appreciation to the Government of Sweden and all the donors who have contributed through financial and in-kind support to the University. Thirdly, once more urges Member States to take action so as to enable recognition under their national legislation of the degrees conferred by the University, and to that end keep the organisation and the University informed of developments. Fourthly, strongly urges Member States, intergovernmental and non-governmental organisations and industry to continue to support the University either by direct contributions to its operating budget, scholarship funding, financing, equipment donation, or through any other assistance pursuant to Resolution A933 2022 on sustainable financial support for the WMU, and 5 notes the WMU Board of Governors decision to award Secretary General Emeriti Koji Sekimizu and Kitak Lim the honorary title of WMU Chancellor Emeriti, and the former WMU President Cleopatra Doumbia Henry the honorary title of WMU President Emerita. If there is no objection, it is so decided. And I now invite Council to take up item 18B of the agenda on the IMO International Maritime Law Institute. And I wish to give the floor to Professor Norman Martinez, the Director of IMLI, to address the Council and to inform us on the key developments at the Institute. You have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. I wish to first thank all the delegations that have provided wonderful hospitality throughout the week. Distinguished delegates, it is my great honor to address you today and share with you some further information on the Institute besides what is provided in document C134/18B. But before doing so, allow me to share with you that IMLI, in cooperation with the IMO Secretariat, is reviewing the Institute's statute. Once approved by the Institute's governing board, it will be submitted to a new session of the Council. Ladies and gentlemen, as you all know, IMLI was established to serve the maritime community at large for the purpose of enhancing capacity building in the full spectrum of international maritime law. IMO set up IMLI as it had identified severe gaps in national legislation implementing its conventions. IMLI was instituted to train maritime professionals who will advocate for compliance with international rules and regulations and ensure the sustainability of the national maritime sector. I am pleased to report that IMLI continues to uphold the values upon which it was established. The Institute remains resolute in the pursuit of providing access to quality education in international maritime law to all, paying particular attention to the challenges developing countries, SIDS, and LDCs are facing. Through its comprehensive programs, the Institute tackles every aspect of international maritime law, enabling its students to familiarize themselves with the key tenets of international maritime law instruments and to learn from best practices around the world. The Institute's mission to build human and institutional capacity is reflected in its global outreach. IMLI is grateful to all its donors for their support and pays forward their generosity by enabling every permanent mission at IMO to nominate a candidate who will participate free in the Institute's specialized courses of interest. In addition, IMLI responds to the needs of maritime agencies by organizing tailor-made courses, either in Malta or in the requesting country, to disseminate knowledge in niche areas of international maritime law. Distinguished delegates, as you work tirelessly to ensure a solid regulatory framework which is responsive to the needs of our oceans and the rapid developments of technology, we at IMLI rally behind you in providing the required knowledge for your government officers and practitioners who are called to implement any rules that you adopt. IMLI is guided by the principles of cooperation and joint efforts, and therefore we are here to support you. IMLI's goal is to ensure that its training remains the go-to tool you need to shape the landscape of your maritime sector. IMO established IMLI to respond to a need which is present today more than ever. IMLI is there to ensure that national professionals are ready to tackle the legal challenges and offer sound and viable solutions, thereby assisting governments in establishing the building blocks of effective maritime administrations and solid legal frameworks. As we look ahead, we understand that our road is not easy. We are confident, however, that as we work together, it will be worthy. As an institute which relies purely on the financial support of its donors, I invite you to assist us in delivering our mission and serving IMO and its member states. I am deeply appreciative of the generosity you have extended to us and assure you that we take very seriously the trust that you have bestowed upon us. We have extended our hand as your most reliable partner in education and training and intend to do so for many years to come. We hope you will take our hand, continue providing us with the so much needed financial assistance, and work with us to build a resilient maritime industry which will benefit present and future generations. Thank you, Chair.
Muchas gracias, señor.
Thank you, Mr. Martinez. We've come to 5:30 sharp, which is the time when we have to wind up for today, and I would invite you to resume consideration of this item plus the remaining 3 items on our agenda tomorrow morning at 9:30, our usual starting time. And I would like to give the floor to the delegation of Kenya and India to make some announcements to us.
Delegación.
India, please.
Thank you, Chair. We have benefited from the warm hospitality by member states who have hosted all of us. We thank one and all. Distinguished delegates, the delegation from India is honored to invite all esteemed delegates to a reception at the delegates' lounge. Please enjoy the exotic Indian flavors. We promise your taste buds will not be disappointed. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you. India. Kenya, please.
Thank you, Chairman. I wish all IMO meetings could be like this week. So, on behalf of, thank you, India. We'll be there this evening to see what you have for us. On behalf of the government of Kenya, it's our pleasure to extend a warm invitation to you for a breakfast meeting at the delegates' lounge tomorrow at 7:30 a.m. up to 9, in support of Kenya's bid for Category C membership in the Council. This very first meal of the day will present an excellent opportunity to engage with our delegation and pay heed to our maritime priorities as we seek your valued support. We remain committed to the ideals of this institution, and you would be honored by your presence tomorrow. Breakfast, people don't turn up in good numbers, but for tomorrow, having had a whole week, we ask you please to come. And we look forward to the delightful engagement in the morning after a rigorous week. And thank you, and we hope to welcome you tomorrow morning to break the fast with you as at the delegates' lounge. Remember, 7:30 tomorrow in the morning, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Kenya, for reminding us that breakfast starts at 7:30. And thank you very much to the interpreters for your customary cooperation. The interpreters thank the chair for his kind words. We resume the meeting at 9:30 tomorrow morning. Enjoy your evenings.